Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, September the 12th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, 2002. Thank you, William. Somebody maybe on YouTube do the same thing for me, please, so I know you guys can hear me and see my screen. So what is happening this morning, guys? So JCTK, so far it's the one that's up the most. Up 132%, announced it entered into a purchase agreement with Sixth Borough Capital, purchasing up to $20 million of the company stock. This one is just popping in here, guys. AGAE, just popping in here. Watch. Bitcoin. Yeah, look at this. How much, though? How much? They're doing a strategic investment in Bitcoin and Ethereum, and that's AGAE. Probably a low float, not crazy low. It's 17 million in the float, but this just popped in here, guys. Thank you, Pepe. Just popped in here. AGAE. So what sort of room does it have? 250 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. After that, it is 305. What did it get to? Got up to 287, almost to this area. Now, the other ones that have gone absolutely crazy, well, at least what they say is a much bigger investment, raising like billions of dollars or hundreds of billions, millions of dollars for this. I don't see how much they've raised for this. The other one that we looked at, or I saw this morning also, was I think was MPU. It's dropped off the list now. MPU, but it's like $3 million. Remember now, these other ones, they were talking like hundreds of millions of dollars raised to do all this. So this is $3 million in ENA tokens for Treasury strategy. But you never know. So I will put a price alert over 2 on this one, 212. Let's see if it takes it out later. Leaders right now. Hmm. Hmm. It just happened earlier. Well, guys, I mean, it says how much. Yeah, Marvin, I do see the QMMM. I flashed it up there. I mean, yeah, crazy action. Got up to 169. The last time I looked, the bid was 112 and the ask was 115. And of course, that's changed significantly. Crazy. Volume came in. How's Octo doing? This is the one that led us off this week. Yeah, Octo. So QMMM actually is, I mean, it's half of its high of $300, but it is really not giving up as much as Octo. These are all these digital asset management plays, okay? Hey guys, well, there's the AGAE 252 next high, 306 next high. Weekly, on the weekly, to me, I mean, it stumbled right around that $3 level. Okay, you look at this, all this area right around here on the weekly chart. All right, well, there are other things happening. COCP, let's see, COCP, is a pretty big pullback, got up to $4, back down to 250. The company presented Okay, they're antiviral candidate, etc. Okay, so they did have. All I'm looking for is there a press release? Is there one? And yes, there is one. HCWB is still up here. Okay, HCWB. They had a press release, but I don't see it now. Oh, here it is. Results from second gen T cell. So I mean, they do have a press release. Okay, so there is some reason why this is moving, and this is a low flow. 1.66 million in the flow. Probably released that information after hours yesterday. Give me a moment, guys. This is a guys. This IBEX is an earnings play. I think it's an all-time high. IBEX. This is an earnings play. Starting to fade a little bit right now, though. But this is an earnings play. Not much volume yet. IBEX. This is a very low flow. 1.57 million in the float. That is very low for a stock for a $37 stock. But it is starting to fade, and I do have shorts available. 545,000 interactive brokers. So if this really starts to fade, I may have to take a shot at this. But that float, man, anything can happen. So this is one of those special dividend plays. We had a few of them. I don't think this week, maybe even not last week. Last several weeks, though, we've had some of these special dividend plays. Okay, and they seem to go crazy. Declared a $2 special dividend, and that's the BGSF. Now it already has pulled back quite a bit. 1079 back down to 789. Did you contact us, John? Have you already contacted us, though? Okay. Now, is it possible that you didn't? Every year on your anniversary date, you have to fill out that agreements saying you're not a professional trader. Everybody has to do it once a year, all the time. Sometimes people just don't realize that. They get the email from us and they just don't do it. We have to turn you off. We usually give you a warning though. But sometimes it just goes into email and people just disregard it. They don't think, oh, well, I've already done this, and we're forced to do this by the exchanges. I'm not saying that's the reason, but it's possible. Now, 6 o'clock now, Eastern or West Coast time. So, the accounting people are there now. So, hopefully, they'll see your email. If not, I'll try to help you. Okay. I can activate your account, but I'll get your email address. Don't put it in here. I'll send you a message. Okay. You can give me your email address and I'll contact them. But don't give me your email address here yet. In fact, never. I will contact you privately. Okay. If it hasn't been fixed. Forward, yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, forward. So this was the other one. See, this is a $1.65 billion investment. This is more like I was talking about, guys. Sort of forgot about Ford. On the same day that I think Octo and Ford did the same thing, and Octo ran all day. Ford didn't, but look at this now. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna give you send a private message to you right now, okay? Hopefully you can see it, and I'll ask for your email address. Do not put it in the room, okay? I'm sending you a message. Okay, John, so I just see so just give me your email address so I can the one you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, okay? So I can, so they can look up your account immediately. Just wait for that, okay? Okay, give me a moment. Shouldn't be though, John, that shouldn't be. Ah, I see. Okay, well, I've notified them, okay? So hopefully you'll get it rectified pretty soon, okay? Okay, I see Shantae is responding to my posts about you. Shantae at Trade Ideas. Oh, I see. Okay, John. Okay, guys, let's see, what time is it now? 9:13. Another 10 minutes or so. I'll get my layout that I use once the market opens at 9:30. So this Ford, let's take a look at Ford a little bit more closely. 4.8 million in the float. Joby, I'm hearing, guys. Joby's on the move a little bit, but it's really pulled back. In my opinion, this might be the leader in this sector, this EVTOL, vertical takeoff and landing sector, but it has really pulled back from the highs of 21, down very almost not quite cut in half, cut down back down to 12 over about what, about 3, maybe a month period. You guys are Aussie. You've probably got a good time zone for this too. I would agree with you because what I'm seeing a lot of times with TradeWave is that you get a very early alert right when the starts when right when the stock starts taking off, say at 4 o'clock Eastern time. I'm seeing a lot of these that just keep moving. So you guys have got a huge advantage if you're in the Eastern time zone or a time zone that you can get up, at 4 o'clock Eastern. Well, even 4 o'clock Eastern is tough for most of you also. But if you're in Australia, that probably works to your time zone a lot better. Okay, guys, NVTS is on the move right now. NVTS is on the move right now. All right. Now, the interesting thing, it says that a director sold 1.2 million shares at $5.80. Why is this moving? That's not usually. This was yesterday's news. Let's see what time that was. That was last night. I mean, that was after hours. Why is this positive? We sure understand that. It's not a buy, it's a sell. But then, yeah, I don't understand. Anyway, NVTS, I don't see any other news on it. Yeah, I mean, substantial insider sales. That's the news I see for NVTS. Why is there's got to be something else going on? You mean what's the next high looking left? Psalm for NVTS. The next high is 58. Is that what you mean? Another one's on the move here, guys. ELBM on the move. Electric Science term sheet with Ontario for $17.5 million as part of a $100 million cobalt refinery investment. Okay, so that's coming right into the 200-day moving average. Just one moment. Well, how do I personally determine? Well, here's what I did with GCTK. It didn't happen, but I mean, there were a couple of highs right at, for instance, at 1246. Maybe if it takes that 1246, that's why I put a price alert there. Maybe it gets going again. But everything is different. Depends on the stock, what I'm seeing. This has a lot of room. I know that's not what you're talking about, but this has got a lot of room, guys. $16. Next time looking left on the daily chart. So, I mean, this has the possibilities. And look at that silly float, 900,000 in the float. So you have to activate. So the question in our I'm going to try to answer you quickly because I got a few things I have to do before 9:30. But you have to activate TradeWave. So you should see something that says in a chart. You should see something that's little icon. Hover over it. It should say indicators. So when you click on it and then you see TradeWave, and when you click on TradeWave, then the wave. Now you have to be on the browser-based version of the charts. Okay, use browser interface. So if you right click on a chart You have to have that checked, use browser interface. Then you can see the clock, and there's an icon beside the clock, and then that next icon, the indicator icon, click on it, and where it says trade weight, just click on it, and that'll activate it. Okay? You have to do it for every chart. Oh, why did it trigger? Just because it was making new highs in the pre-market. Oh, I see now. Why did it trigger? Right here. It was my gap up scanner, or where is it now? We're just making new highs in the pre-market with other filters in place, but that's why. Like four, the same thing. So if you didn't get it, I'm sorry, I had to go pretty quickly, Vip, VIP, but if you didn't get it, again, you should, hopefully you can see that little icon on your chart. If you can't see it on your chart, if you don't see these icons, you have to expand your chart a bit. Okay, make it bigger so you can see these icons, and then that'll get the wave going. And understand, these buy and sell flags, trade wave, they're just guides, okay? Just because you see a buy flag, doesn't necessarily mean you just pile into the trade, or a sell flag doesn't mean you pile in and short it, okay? They're just guides. But I think, yeah, so for those of you who get up early enough, I think that, you get these early indicators on the stocks that are really moving. Wolf is on the move also, guys. Now, Wolf has got, yeah, it's got some room. Wolf is on the move also. They launched, this was yesterday's news, actually 2 days ago. Launches 200 millimeter silicon carbide portfolio in the wake of restructuring approval. Okay, that was 2 days ago. That was the news 2 days ago for Wolf. Morning Shaw in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I got to get what I'm going to use once the market opens. 9:30 opening. Market's open. Now, this is starting to fade, quite a bit now, this GCTK. I was hoping it would hold in, a little over the 11 or around the 12 area. Because, I mean, if it can, and it can take out that, get over 12 again. I mean, look at the room it's got when you look left, GCTK, $16 next high, approximately, 15.90 to be exact. Really, William? When you go to file and load from cloud, you're saving it to the cloud, right? You're not saving it to the cloud. You're saving it load window. Never do that. I see what you're saying. I mean, all this stuff here, I never do that. It looks like it's in the Trade Ideas Pro folder, obviously, right there. Trade Ideas Pro folder. I've never used this. So are you? So let's okay. If I go right click file, well, you're going file, save layout. or save or share to like save layout? Can I, I've got to load my layout, okay? Just give me a moment there, William, okay? I just have to load my layout. You're doing something I've never done in 15 years with Great Ideas, having the program. So you're saying, okay, so if I went for right click and you want to save this, and you're doing a file save as, I see, okay, file save as, oh, I see. Man, I've never save as, never even, I've never done that. 'Cause I always save everything when I'm always saving things to the cloud. I don't save individual scans to my computer. I do save, my layouts in my computer, file, save layout, and then, I've got this name up here and et cetera, but I don't save individual scans to my computer. Interesting. Pepe probably knows. I mean, you've got me there, William. I just don't do that. I've never done that. But you're right, it probably going to some kind of, oh, guys, sorry. J just give me a moment. Where is it? Okay, guys, I think I've missed it. I think I just missed it. GCTK, I think it just took out 12, right? Okay, well, it did, but it came right back down. So it's getting very frisky, very frisky. So these are the top 6. These are the pre-market actives up. It's the same tree map that I had before that you were watching, except that that had the top 15. This has the top 6. So this GCTK, I think this could really start to rip. It's all about the room it's got. Remember, it has on the daily chart, $15, $16 approximately is the next high. It is. I didn't like it though. Psalm serve is on that. It did show up on the gap up, but when I looked at serve, I did not like it on the daily chart. It's too choppy for me. I mean, it may rip, but I did see it. Adobe guys, just looking at Adobe. Of course, Adobe had earnings last night, and yeah, pretty good. Takes this out right up here, 364. It's got some room, 370. For those of you who don't mind trade, or maybe you're going to fade it. So what's the volume like? Good volume. Seeing if there's anything here that I haven't talked about. VSTD. Not sure I mentioned it, but 47%. This is a fairly recent IPO. I don't know if it's an IPO or just a symbol name change. It can't be an IPO, too cheap. Okay, guys, we are now open. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Well, that's interesting. No gainers yet in here. That's Here we go. Okay. So why this is blank is that no stocks have met my filter requirements, but I'm going to really pay attention to this. I missed one that was just awesome all day long. I think it was the TVTX. It just faded all day. I'm going to have to, I want to see what the first one that comes in here is. What's the market doing right now? So the market is, well, the SPY is flat. Dow's down a little. Qs are up a little. SPY is basically flat right now, up a dime from yesterday. Okay, there's the AGAE guys. Pre-market high. Again, this is one of those investment in Bitcoin and Ethereum. Yeah, Joby guys. Joby was on the move this morning. It's over 15 now. Excuse me. The next high looking left is 1553. So there's a little bit of room, but it's two. Michelle, AI strategy trades not showing any trades. Yeah, nothing happens till at least 940. Okay, nothing happens. That's by design. Okay, 940. You will not get an alert until at least 940. Doesn't mean that there will be one at 940, but it just means that. But that's by design. Okay, talking to Michelle in our YouTube room. It's one of the. It's sort of the same reason why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You know, stocks can be very jumpy in the first 15 minutes. So they decided quite a long time ago that instead of trying to pick something off right at the beginning, give it at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes before you start getting alerts. AISB guys, let's see, over five. A little bit of room, 535, but it's early. It is so early. Wild skies, WLDS. This has been wild this week. So yesterday's high was almost $10. Well, it was $10 actually. So if it could take out 10, then 1092 is the next high looking left for WLDS. I mean, it's moving already, guys. It is moving already. What's the float on this one? Probably very low. Yeah, 4.9 million in the float. It's over 10, but again, it's early. But I'm not going to tell anybody not to do it. But it is over the VWAP now. WLDS over the VWAP. Yeah, again, the fact that I don't like to trade in the first 15 doesn't mean you shouldn't. If you find a way to do it, great. Let's see now. They announced the pricing of a $4 million. So what was the price? $6? What? That's way above the financing price, if that is correct. Oh, no, no, no. Look what happened. This is probably going to, well, I don't know what's going to happen on the open, but GCTK just got halted on the way up, guys. Just got halted on the way up. So, man, this could have a rip, but let's see. There's the halt price. So this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. I don't have to repeat myself, but I get emails saying, "Where do I get that blue screen in trade ideas?" Well, you don't. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, there's the halt price, 11.99. This is trying to give you a bit of a clue as to where it could open. You know, it says 12 right now, but you can see how the number fluctuates. Typically, if you're not used to halts and resumes, typically they are 5-minute halts. Well, 9:34 plus 45 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:39 plus 45 seconds. And again, this is giving you not really a big clue as to where it's going to open. I mean, it's only a penny above the halt price. So my feeling is that it's probably going to open higher, but just have to wait. All right, guys, here's RIVN, Rivian. Okay. This is showing up now, 1334. Gee, I wish I had more room. You know, I said I might take this right off the bat. If any one of these shows up here, but I wish it had more room. I wish the next low was more like at 13. But the next low is, it's only 22 cents away. Ooh, Ford got halted, and it got halted on the way down, or when it resumed. So it got halted on the way down. Now, when it resumed, it did pop a bit, but remember, got halted on the way down, but it did pop a little bit when it came out of the halt. 39.73, and it got up to 40.66. AGAE, guys, AGAE. So over two, or right around the two level, 285 is the high in the pre-market. And again, this is one of those initial investments in Bitcoin and Ethereum, part of their treasury, that digital asset treasury strategy, or digital asset management, damn that, whatever your preferred acronym is. Now, opening bar, 5-minute, anyone, the SPY, a little bit red now. Mogu was yesterday, wasn't it? Wasn't Mogu a big one for? Yeah, look at Mogu. I mean, yeah. Here's the deal though. 812 closed at 4.6, so almost cut in half from the high. On the move again though. MOGU on the move again. Over 5. Low float. Pretty good volume already. See Shady and getting into COCP if it triggers 238. I'd have to get up to 238. I don't see COCP anywhere now. Of course, it was active in the pre-market, but so 238. So I guess it, don't know if it triggered. Is this one of those? No, it's not the dividend play, but they did have some news presenting something, antiviral candidate. Well, interesting. So the first halt normally is pretty good, but not in this case for GCTK guys. When I say pretty good, normally the first halt can be very good. You know, the stock opens and it's above the halt price, but not in this case. Not in this case at all. GCTK actually gave it up a lot. Yeah, serve did not go well or move nicely off that 12. I didn't see any news. Well, in fact, the craziness, the CFO sold. This was not the one though that I saw a bunch of insider sales, but these are all sells. Interesting. Yet the stock is popping. All right, guys. COCP is a little bit of a move here. Again, this was super active in the pre-market, of course. Had some news. We just talked about the news. I know Shady is in this now. The VWAP is up here, so if you're kind of a VWAP player, that might act as a bit of a magnet, which is at $3. Guys, I had this on my list. I forgot to mention it that the WBD, which was just an amazing one yesterday, both on the short side, I guess, and the long side, though. Certainly on the long side, WBD continuing. That line right there that represents the next high looking left on a daily chart somewhere. And I know that I think Paramount Skydance has an incentive to buy these guys to strike quickly for Warner Brothers. I mean that's what the news said. Okay. Whoa. Okay, guys. Well, unfortunately, COCP just got halted on the way down. I heard it and I thought, all right, this is really going to move, but unfortunately, that just got halted on the way down. COCP. And your next. So I don't know if you got out of it, Shady, or not, but if you were able to get out of it, yeah. Look at that. Wow, $13 million. So they're doing a financing after 9:30. A pox on them. A pox, I say. Okay, Orbs got halted also. Let's see what happens with Orbs. Oh, okay. So this was an IPO, I guess, yesterday. I don't really sort of recall it. 1978 was the high. Okay, good, Shady. I was hoping you didn't get nailed in that halt. Okay, guys, now the spread is not great. This is an earnings play, all-time high, IBEX, IBEX. Okay, wilds. Okay, actually, so it is pulled back. This is the one I don't get. The price 670,000 shares at $6. This is today, and yet it's way above the $6. All right, rain just got halted, guys. Rain just got halted. Ugh. No, that I don't believe this. I mean, we've got a halt and the potential open at 323. It's halted at 606. I don't believe that's going to happen, but yeah, very low volume, very low volume. My minimum in the halt resumes is 20,000, so it's just sneaking in 29,000. I should have taken this. The Rivian. I just didn't. I just wish it had more room to keep moving down. All right, AISP. What sort of room does this have? Yeah, I mean it's sitting at what 506 right now. Yeah, it's got to get through this 516. The next high looking left. Yeah, see, for me, it doesn't have a ton of room, okay, to move until it hits these next highs. So, okay, this probably is a symbol name change or something because I don't believe this is an IPO back here at VSTD. Probably a symbol name change of some sort because that's when it started trading as VSTD. But I can't believe this is an IPO. So, if there's any specific news on it, probably none. Wow, look at the volume. Look at the volume on this. 52 million shares, 11 million in the float, 4,200 times normal right now up to this time of day for VSTD. All right, QMMM halted on the way up. I'm leaving it alone. I mean, the spread. Well, you can't tell what about the spread right now, but the spread can be like 3, 4, $5. This one intrigues me though. The VSTD. I mean, it's position in a lifetime range, 27%. So this leads me to believe this was some kind of a symbol name change of some sort. Okay, let's take a look at these races. What time is it now? 9:49. Wow, quick first 15. AGAGAE leading this race right here. The high today was 225, 228. We look left, and what do we see? Yeah, the next high. So it's got right. It has room on a weekly chart anyway. $3 or so. Make a D. All right. So I'm not sure Shady took the trade. If he got in, I know it's 228, but it got to about 229, but probably didn't trigger for him. I'm going to put a price alert there though in that area because it's got the room on the weekly chart anyway. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised at the GCTK. I'm a little surprised. I thought when it got halted on the way up, and based on all the room it had, I figured, wow, this is really going to take off. But that's why I don't anticipate that's what's going to happen. I wait for a price alert, and it didn't happen. So no harm. A little choppy action, a little bit on the SPY right now. Down, up, down, up, down. SPY is basically flat, down 11 cents from yesterday's close. Dow's down a little. Qs are up a little. Okay, let's take a look at SIDU. SIDU. Want to raise? Okay, 219. So it certainly has room on the weekly chart. Next high is 219. Let's take a look at on the daily though. If there's a high there. Well, unfortunately, there is the 200-day moving average though, 190. That could stall it. So for me, it just doesn't have enough room. Well, maybe later on, AGAE, maybe later on. I have a price alert in that 230, 231 area. Oh boy, this one just ripped from the. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Did not see RGTI in the pre-market at all. Why? Look at it. It didn't do anything really. And then at 9:30 is when it started to launch itself. RGTI didn't do anything in the pre-market. No, no clue this was going to happen. Not seeing a lot of follow through on our high flyers. At least the ones that I saw. I'm not seeing a lot of follow through so far from the high flyers this morning. Now, so, okay, AIRE is pulling into the VWAP. Okay, so remember now what a negative number means. I'm going to go over the race. I'm going to go over this in a lot more detail in about 5 minutes from now. Okay, so you see a negative number here. It means it's pulling back. Okay, it might be pulling back into a level that you like. Maybe you have a moving average on your chart that you like that is pulling back into. Maybe it's the VWAP. I mean, I'm not saying in this case that's what's happening with AGAE, but Ah, you kidding me? Tilray? Remember all the excitement, guys, that your government maybe gonna reschedule all the cannabis or cannabis into whatever you guys call it. I don't know what's going on with your government and this some kind of a schedule. So it's takes it out of the heroin sector. Anyway, look, moving it from Schedule One. Thank you, but let's take it just for out of curiosity. Let's take a look at MSOS. That is a cannabis ETF. Yeah, I mean, same. I mean, it mirror or Tilray is mirroring it, of course. I know some of you guys are. So this is the two timer for. Wow, it's expensive. Two timer for Ion Q. I mean, I think Ion Q is a lot cheaper, isn't it? Yeah. So let's say AGAE. I have a tough time saying that one. I want to call it algae. AGAE is continuing to challenge the VWAP. The VWAP's at around $2. See if it gets through that. At least I'll put a price alert around 208. So that means that it'll at least be through the VWAP for a while anyway. Oh, now we don't usually get a fairly expensive one in here, guys. FIGR. I don't know what's going on with this. FIGR. No idea what's going on with this one. Where's oh, is this a okay? This started trading yesterday, so don't get yeah. This is not a $500 stock that went down to 34. This stopped trading in 2021 as the symbol FIGR. I guess they did an IPO. I don't remember it, but they must have done an IPO yesterday. The company, this is like 4 years later, wanted this symbol. I don't think it has nothing to do with whatever this company was before. And so the high yesterday looks like it was 3805, excuse me, 3805. So stick an alert in that area, see if it moves off that high of yesterday. So this was an IPO yesterday. I don't recall it, but again, don't get you know it, we had one like this uh, 3 weeks ago or so, an IPO, and it looked like it had just collapsed. But you just have to look. There's the candle. That stopped trading on March the 2nd of 2021 as FIGR. And this happens every now and then. Some company wants to go public and they're figure salute technology and they like this symbol and it became available. So spread isn't terrible. 35.18, 35.30 right now. It's not terrible. Great volume, 3.8 million. Look, yesterday's volume was 40 million. I don't even remember this one coming up. Well, all right, let's take a look at this ISBC. I mean, it's up 24% since the start of the race. It's been a super active stock. I'm not sure what that line is right there. Anchored VWAP. Why do I have that here? Ah, I know why. This is the one I can't get rid of. Can't get rid of the anchored VWAP. It's okay. I don't care that much, but can't get rid of the. But yesterday, or not yesterday, but 3 days ago, got up to $3. Okay, that's the ISPC. Probably a low float, pretty low, 8 million. Well, okay. How about I put a price alert around 207? See if it can clear $2 in a big way. Okay, so Orbs, it came out of the halt and it actually popped a bit out of the halt. Okay, QMCO, it's got room. It's got room. QMCO has got some room. Okay, QMCO has got some room, guys. It had earnings a few days ago. Actually, I think the reaction was, yeah, yesterday. That was the reaction yesterday to its earnings. Had earnings on after hours on the 10th. So this is a reaction yesterday, and it's trying to crawl back somewhat. It's over yesterday's high, of course, at 756. The next high looking left is 863. So it certainly has some room. And if those of you know why I'm talking about it, okay, those of you should know why I'm talking about it. Okay, now 8 could be the test, the whole number. Okay, guys, it's 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go over my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so I'll hang around for that. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. As always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to trade ideas. You can use my code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Also, those of you in YouTube, okay, you can stay in the YouTube room, but there are two rooms that I monitor or moderate. The YouTube room, and then there's another room. There's a lot more action in this room. No, I just flashed it out here. A lot more action. More traders are in the room, tossing around ideas. Okay, if you want to come into that room, but also even if you are in the room, best thing to do is save my link because you have to enter the room every day. You can't save a link like a trading room link as such. So save my link, and then you can click on the trading room, and now you'll get into the room. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use whatever my code is. Right now it is Barry15. It does change from time to time. Obviously, we do have specials. And why use my code? Because it will help to keep the room free. The company monitors all these promo codes. They see enough people using my code. They don't mind keeping the room free. You can scroll down on my homepage, and here is the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Okay. And this was a pretty good one this week, I believe. Well, I know it was. Four U's. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. Sometimes it goes into spam. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So check those folders first. And if you don't still don't see it there, then by all means contact us. Okay. But if you're why you're not getting it, again on my homepage, click on the education, scroll down, click on the education section, click on the more info. So the first thing to do, if you take out a subscription, you must do this, the getting started with trade ideas. Very short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, what I would do is start off on that second video. This should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try. Again, they're very short videos, so that should give you an idea. Again, if you would consider taking out a subscription to trade ideas, at least for a month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans, if you click on my homepage link, go to the top, middle section, and here they are. Okay. Now I don't. This is all. What you see is all, except for this one. I don't have the losers. I don't have the losers on my homepage, but if you want it, I can give it to you. But this is the change up and down in 5 minutes percent. This is this one up here. Okay. This is the 2 minute. I have a 5 minute version and a 2 minute version. It's up to you. You can have them both if you want, but I only have the 5 minute version up. And if you see it, I'm going to go over this in a bit. If you see a negative number, that means the stock has pulled back. So it's the change, either up or down in 5 minutes that you're going to see. This is the race. Okay, the biggest winners from the start of the race is right here. And I'm definitely going to go over this, why I think it's a great idea, especially if you're new to trading or trade ideas, or even if you're a seasoned trader, this can develop a nice top 10 list for you to watch all day long. I'm going to go over that. You have other scans that well, here's the halts resume. It's not really a scan. I call it more information, but here's the halts resumes. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have the momentum scan up. I don't have anything else up, but I'm still sharing them. You have continuation or reversal, and then the Pepe combo scan. But I don't have these. I don't have anything else up. What you see, except for this one that you can't. I don't have it on my homepage, but for the large cap losers. So first of all, if you're new to all this, if you're new in our YouTube room or new in our main room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday. The main room is open at around 7:30. Chris Varley from Trade Ideas opens it, or sometimes if William gets up really early, he might open up even earlier. But let's call it 7:30 Eastern Time. I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic at around 9. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me to open the room, 4:30 my time. So that's why, but it is open. The main room is open, so you can come in at around 7:30. And there's action. Action meaning there are people in there posting. And the room is now. I take off sometime, between 2 and 2:30. I will always stay later if there are questions. No questions, though, I will take off. But William, many times, most of the time, will keep the room open after I leave. And that's the main room. YouTube, I do have to shut down. But William usually keeps the room open after I leave. On Fridays, sometimes all the way to 4 o'clock, not on Fridays, so, but that's up to him. He doesn't have to do it. He'll let me know, or later he'll keep the room open today if he's going to at all. Again, he doesn't have to. So let me go over the race, okay? So what you're seeing here, again, called biggest gainers from the start of the race. So I'm running 4-minute races. Now, actually, before I begin, I just want to show you where you can find all this information in our user guide, okay? And how you can construct your own race. So if you click on the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here, here's the user guide. So everything I'm going to go over, this is the race I like to see, but you might want to have your own race based on your set of parameters. So here it is, TI stock race. It shows you how you can create, like what is the idea of it, how you create it, etc. Okay, TI stock race in the user guide. Let's see, I'll take up this time. So I'm running 4-minute races. Again, you can construct the race based on how long you want the race to run. I'm running 4-minute races. So I'm 2 minutes into this 4-minute race. What is this WLDS at 5.76%? What does that actually mean? That means that since the race started almost 2 minutes ago, this stock has moved 5.76%. Okay. So if we click on WLDS, you can see, you can just see that move. Okay. That's what this rate, that's what these percentages refer to. What happens over the course of the day is a top 10 list is automatically built for you based on the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So I can see that Wilds has not won a race today. WLDS has not won a race today. Assuming it holds on, it may not. There's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Assuming it does hold on, though, it will be added to this list of stocks. It'll be number 8. Now, had it won a race before, let's say it had won a race before, so whatever that number is to the right would move up by 1. That's why you're seeing AG8E has won 3 races today. But eventually, a top 10 list will be developed, will be automatically built for you. So, a few things. You don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over in order to click on the stock. What I would certainly do, though, if I see something at the top here, I will click on it and just see, well, what's happening? Doesn't necessarily mean that this stock is at the high of the day. This stock could have pulled back quite a bit and then start to move. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean, in this case, it does mean that the stock, is near the high of the day, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. Why am I saying that? Is because a lot of people, they say, well, how can I find a stock that is starting to move? Not always near the high of the day. Well, I'm going to show you how the race really helps you do that. So look at it, AIRE. It's not at the high of the day, but it's starting to move again. Okay. Now you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on a symbol. And in fact, and you don't have to just click on the ones the one that is at the top. If I see anything here, so you see Wilds is one. You see how now it got added? So now there are 8 stocks that have 8 different stocks that have won races. Now we'll just wait for now usually it takes about 30 seconds for the race to kind of, just imagine that everything is just revving up. We're at the starting line, we're revving up the motors, and then after 30 seconds, you'll start to see some movement here. And that happens again, this display board, interesting. Always seems to be when I'm talking about the races. All week this has happened. We get a flash of the black screen goes blank. So if you see a stock in here, I would click on it. Okay, I would click on it and see what's happening. Here's NB. It's over 5. I love stocks that are just over the whole number. Click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up in like a pattern that you like. It's over the VWAP. The high today was 515. I don't know if you want to wait for that, but you see, I don't like it that much because I look left and I see 520 is the next high. So I don't like it that much. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but when I like to see when I look left, I like to see a lot of room where a stock could go either on the daily chart. I can't see anything on the daily chart. In other words, if all this were below the current price, then I'm going to switch over to a weekly chart. You just see what it's the same thing though. It's so it doesn't mean it's going to stall there for sure, of course, but that's just the way I look at things. I like to see a lot more room for a stock to keep running before it hits that next high on either a daily or a weekly chart. Oh, is that what happened, Baba? Octo changed to orbs? Really? Yeah, they stopped trading as Octo on the 10th. So this was the big one of the big ones on Monday, guys. One of those digital asset management strategy plays, finding themselves into some altcoin. I don't know. I don't know which one it was. I wonder why they changed their name. So that's why. Okay. Okay. So why are these stocks showing up? That should be a question. If you're looking at this for the first time, you should be asking, well, why are these stocks showing up? What's making them special? How are these symbols being generated? So I right click on the race and I click on open top list window. All races start from a top list window. So hopefully this is starting to get a little more clear to you because you can construct your own top list window with your set of parameters. So in this particular top list window, I don't have very many parameters. I mean, just the price has to be between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, that's it. Now I have limited it to the top 50. Okay, you don't need more than 50. Now, before we had races and tree maps, okay, because tree maps are generated from top list also. Before we had, the use of a top list window would be something like, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you had a column header that shows the change from the close, you could double left click and sort. You can double left click on any column header that you've got. So in this case, I've double left clicked on the change from the close of yesterday. So you can see that AGAE is up the most, 101% with those filters in place, minimum 200,000, between 1 and 50, etc. And there's the VSTD at 57%. So that's good. Okay, fine. But what the race does is this. There's a WLDS. You can see it right up here. Yeah, it's near the high of the day. But what if, let's take a look at a stock that, here's SBET as an example. This one of those altcoin plays, or I think they're actually into Bitcoin, but here's SBET. What if SBET all of a sudden, it's up 6% from yesterday's close. What if all of a sudden SBET just started to move? It's up 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list of stocks. Well, here's a list of 50 stocks. How would you ever know that some stock near the bottom or in the middle is starting to move? Unless you're staring at it, which would be crazy. So that's what the race does for you. The race does not care whether the stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving up the most. All it cares about. So there's the Wilds, WLDS, up 2.3% since the race started. Okay. FIGR, up 1.8%, etc. But you can see some stock that you may not have seen at all during the course of the day. MBOT, I haven't seen MBOT at all. Let's take a look at it, see what's happening. I love stocks that are just over a whole number. Yeah, I mean, so for me, it's just not that attractive because the next high is 425, not that far away. The next high was way up here at 467. I'd be a lot more interested. But it doesn't mean that this is going to stall it. But who knows? Maybe it's just getting going. It's over the VWAP. Okay, so That's why, you have to have some experience trading, you have to understand what the charts are trying to tell you. But you see how the power of this is that for stocks that may be just starting out, maybe they're just starting out and you see it moving up the leaderboard. Click on it, see what's happening. So again, here's your top list window. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, and then right click, launch the real-time stock price. So you could even create a bunch of like symbols, like stocks that you want to follow, like a symbol list or a watch list of stocks that you want to follow. Maybe, make sure the list is big enough. You don't want to have like a five, but, maybe a minimum of 20 or 30 stocks that you want to follow. Create a watch list, attach it to the top list window, and then you can run a race on just the stocks that you want to follow. So there's all sorts of ways in which you can use this. Now, tree maps. What you're seeing here is a tree map. This is just for me, I mean, the grid format of the top list, it was fine. But this is, these two presentations of the top list, I think are way, way better. So again, if I right click on this top list window, show tree map. Okay, this would be the tree map. Now, there'd be 50 symbols in here. Obviously, what I'd want to do is reduce that. You don't want to, I mean, there's so many, you'll get overwhelmed. That's what I've done here. I've said, just show me the top six. But you can create your own top list window and, show the tree map from it or launch a real-time stock race. It's completely up to you. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so you don't have to wait. Well, a lot of people wait till noon. If I take a break at noon and one of the other traders of trade ideas takes over the YouTube feed between 12 and 1 when I take my break. You don't have to wait till then. You can ask me questions all day long. If I happen to be in a trade that requires, sorry, my 100% attention or I'm doing something else, I'll let you know. But typically I can answer questions all day long. The one thing I cannot answer is an accounting question, but I can direct you to the people who can. By the way, John, did you get settled away? John Sterling, did you get settled away? Were they able to help you? So here's a new one, guys. I haven't seen money. MNY. I haven't seen this one today. MNY. So the idea of this top 10 list, so you can start clicking on anything that won a race before, even if it's not doing anything right now, and see what is happening. Maybe it's setting up for you. I don't know. A and AB. So it's pulled back. Well, it's hanging over the VWAP. Maybe this is setting up. What's the high 250? But looking left. Yeah, again, I mean, personally, I don't like it that much, but you may look at it very differently. Now, this race right here is different from this race, quite a bit different. First of all, it's looking for large cap losers from the start of the race. So all I did was I said, okay, let's make a market cap minimum of half a billion, you of course, and a minimum float of 50 million. Okay, and I think a minimum volume of 500. Well, let's take a look at it. And notice not very many stocks in here, which is okay. I don't mind. I'm just looking for the symbols that show up. So it has to be between 10 and 50. The current volume is at least 2, trading at least double what it normally would do, 500,000 shares minimum, down 2% at least from yesterday's close. This is why I'm not getting too many stocks because I want to see the stocks near the low of the day. In this case, it can only be 5% above. So if I have a daily candle, it has to be in the low, near the low of the day. And here's why these are, now some people might say, well, that's not that large a cap. Well, that's fine. You can always change it if you want. This is 500 million, and the minimum float has to be 50 million. So that's why I'm not getting very many stocks in here, but there's still a top 10 list that's being built. Very choppy day, guys. Look at this, chop, chop, chop on the SPY. And speaking of chop, I'm in this one, but it is, this KMCO. I was hoping that it would take out this 790, but this is one in. People understand. Well, I'll tell you, it's from our AI. It's the only one, and I liked it because of the room it had. Looking at well, not Wolf, but if you look at KMCO, you can just see the room it had on the daily. That's why that's why I liked it. So, guys, on a day like today, when it's a challenge. There's no harm in not trading. You don't try to manufacture a trade just because you're bored, because you're getting desperate. You have to take a trade. Okay. I mean, wait for your setup. If it doesn't happen, don't trade. Easy way to get your account chopped up just by getting anxious about trading. Oh, that's not correct, Michelle. I don't know why that says that. I mean, you can put one strategy per one account. That doesn't. No, that's not correct. But you asked that question yesterday, like why were you not? I think you left me because I was trying to answer you. You have to let me bring up Brokerage Plus, okay? So that is not correct. I don't know why it says that. Did you use Chat GPT or something? Because that is not correct. So I mean, you can put as many strategies as you want here, okay? That if what it's trying to tell you only one strategy per account, no, um, that is not correct. But what you do have to do is you have to enable the strategy. Okay. You have to enable each strategy, number one. Then you also have to go into edit the trading strategy. You have to select the account. You have to make sure you select. I'm assuming you're trying to paper trade. Yeah, you should not be connecting to your broker yet. So you should be selecting TI paper trading. Okay. You only have to do this once. Okay. In terms of the account, but you have to go into each strategy, right click and edit the trading strategy and make sure the account, and you might have, you might have to do all this too, but you have to make sure your account has been selected. Okay. And then every day though, you do have to enable the strategy every day. Strategy able to see, click to enable. You have to enable them every day. And some people say, well, how come I can't just leave them enabled? Well, you may forget you've done it and you may take off. All of a sudden, you come back. What if you came back and you had a disaster? Because of the strategy that was enabled, you forgot it was enabled. Anyway, that's why you have to do it every day. So, Michelle, can you hear me? 'Cause then we were trying to answer you yesterday, but I know you asked that a similar question yesterday. And I'm talking to Michelle in our YouTube room. Well, that got halted on the way down, didn't it? WLDS got halted on the way down. It just opened. Yeah, I'd rather this Rivian. Let's see. What the F? I'm looking at shorts now, guys. All right. Well, Chewy's got some room, a little bit of room here, guys. The next one looking left, it had earnings. Actually, had earnings on the 10th. That was free market, so that was a reaction. It popped up, then it came back down. So there's the close. That was the close on the 10th. There's the low looking left. So it's got some room looking at the low looking left. Where's Michelle can hear me? I'm not asking a general question about can you guys hear me? I'm just trying to, Michelle in our YouTube room asked a question and I'm just trying to answer her. All right, guys. I'm going to keep an eye on this Chewy here. I'm sure we're this close, so close to the whole number, but I agree, Shady. I agree. He says worst morning he's seen in a long time. Yeah, I agree. Look, now, not that these stocks usually don't care what the SPY is doing, the overall market. These are, these are the ones, usually they're low float stocks that, trade on their own, the so-called alpha stocks. They don't care that much about what the market's doing. But a lot of these ones that like this, I'm not saying they're following the market, but they're certainly not, there's not a lot of trend continuation. But if you're trying to trade a stock that usually follows the market, I mean, you're probably being chopped out. Oh man, look at GDS here, guys. GDS. Wow, let's see if it takes out 37. Reason being, look left. The low yesterday was 34.23. So there is a ton of room. I'm going to stick an alert around 36.94. China stock. Volume's okay. 1.2 million, two times normal. That's my minimum. Minimum has to be two times normal. Minimum. So, guys, it really helps if you're going to ask me a question. This is general statement, okay? It would help to know if that you don't have me on mute or you've left or something. Well, of course, if you've left, you can't tell me, but because I'm assuming that when you ask a question, you're going to be able to hear the answer. I don't know, maybe keep an eye on WBD, guys. WBD, this is trying to get through that whole number again. WBD, super active still. You know, the idea is that this Paramount Skymont, Sky, what is it called again? I'm just going to call it Paramount Skydance. That's what it is. That new company that was formed when Skydance bought Paramount. Now they're looking to buy WBD. There are a lot of shorts available for that one too. 23 million. I know some took advantage of a short, some took advantage of the long yesterday for WBD. So, okay, Nihan, in our YouTube room, when you say what happened to WLDS, what do you mean by that exactly? Like what happened to it? I mean, why did it drop? Well, it's trading. Look at the volume, 32 million, 46 times normal, a very low float. Stock that's up 27% now. There's going to be some profit taking probably along the way. And when the profit taking accelerates, it drops. I don't know if that's what you mean, what happened. Stocks don't just continue to move higher, but I'm not sure if that's what you meant. This is an earnings play, guys, a real cheap one, HUIZ. Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed the comment. So, okay, so you guys can hear me. You can hear me in YouTube. Well, GDC, I don't. Wow, what a run it's been on. $4 to $8 in what, 1, 2, 3, 4 days? A double in 4 days. Not a ton of volume. Probably well, it's not a China stock. I thought it would. For some reason, I thought it was going to be a China stock, but it is not. Hmm. Way above the VWAP. Way above the 745. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, there are people. I know there are traders out there that look at the VWAP as perhaps a mean reversion area, like a stock is getting so far away. William uses Bollinger Bands also. The stock is way above, but other things have to be in place. But I have no idea where it is with the Bollinger Bands. But some people might look at this and go, "Wow, it's way above the VWAP." Possibility that it will revert, get close at some point. We'll have a price alert. Except for AGAE, a little over two. There's the VWAP right there, right around the two level. Okay, 196. So I'm looking at the VWAP as a potential resistance area for a stock. Now, so for me, it's got to break the VWAP. Number one, get above it. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, VSCD moving 7%, but up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay, Michelle, so did you hear my explanation at all regarding one strategy per one account? I don't even know what that means because that does not make sense. I'm not disputing that you saw that. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. So did you? But you have to enable each strategy. You also have to edit the strategy to make sure you're in the account. So did you? Okay, so did you hear me though regarding you have to enable each strategy that's in here. Right click, enable. See where it says strategy disabled. So you have to enable each strategy every day. You also have to go into the strategy, right click on it, and edit. Sorry, edit the trading strategy and make sure in the account section you have selected TI paper trading. I don't understand what that means. Is he trying to tell you that you could not in one account if you wanted to? Because that's never been the case. That you could have, and you could just click on the ones you want enabled, and you cannot trade them in the one paper trading account. Because if that's the case, then that is new. I mean, that's never been the case. I mean, you can have, I mean, first of all, you wouldn't want to have a lot of strategies, in my opinion, that you're going to try to trade. But I'm very surprised if that's the case, that you'd have to select because I don't know, because there's only, I mean, I'm very surprised. But if that's what he's saying, maybe it's completely changed. I mean, that never used to be the case. You could have, all your strategies in here and you can enable whatever ones you want and then select paper trading and have them go. Yeah, that is not correct. Yeah, that is I think you're missing I don't think yeah, Pepe, thank you. That I think maybe you're misunderstanding something Chris said. That just is not correct. Now, the thing is that But did you select the account, Michelle? Did you okay, let's pretend that this is really what you can do, okay? I believe this is what you can do. You've got a series of strategies, okay, here, and you have to each individual strategy, you have to edit the trading strategy and then select the account, okay? And you should be able to take each one of those strategies can be traded in the TI paper trading account, okay? Well, that's number one. You have to select the account. Yeah, I would not say if you're just starting out, I would select one account, number one, or one strategy. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't go crazy and have, I think five or six strategies and try to automate them and trade them. I know you're doing it in paper trading, but that's a little bit. Most, if anybody does use our automation for their own strategy, my guess is that at most they might have two strategies that they're going to be paper trading or in a live account at most. Okay. But the other thing is in your order details. Maybe you're not, the limit offset. If you click on order details, what does your limit offset say? If you can find that, okay? In the order, so in the individual strategy, right click, edit the trading strat, like so right click on the strategy, click on edit trading strategy. In order details, what does this limit offset say? If you can see what I'm pointing to. Because what the limit offset is, let's say you get an alert at $10 for the stock, but it's moving fairly quickly, and now it's at even though you'd like to think you could get it right at $10, it's possible you can't do it. Right, and that would be also if you're trading like for real. So you might say, well, you know what? I don't mind taking it 5 cents above that. Okay, and so that's what your limit offset does. If you put minus 0.05, that means you're willing to take the trade, even though it was triggered at 10, you'll take it all the way up to 10.05. Now, if it cannot execute it between 10 and 10.05, then it won't execute. It could be a very fast moving stock. Does that make sense? That can be a reason why you're not getting any. Can you hear me? By the way, are you new to trading, Michelle? The reason I ask is that, you know, most because what you're trying to do is something that very few people auto trade. You can only auto trade your own strategies, and you have to be pretty darn sure. You have to back test them, and but even if you back test them and they look pretty good, very few of our customers auto trade. I don't. I mean, and if I thought auto trading was the way to go, believe me, I would do it. But I'm just trying to, find out what your experience is. Oh boy, guys, this was the one. This was the one. Last time I saw it was $3. This was the one. HUIZ. This was a cheap earnings play. Just lost sight of it. Well, keep an eye on the WBD. Maybe I don't know. It's hanging over 18. It's hanging over 18. Well, there's the VWAP way down here, 772. So it's hanging over 18. High of the day. I missed it. I missed it. I wanted to get it around 1815 and I just missed it. I'm talking about the WBD. Oh, I haven't seen this one for a while. Used to call it foot squared, FTFT, guys. Haven't seen this one in a long, long time. I mean, a long time. We used to see this a lot, FTFT. Yeah, 2.8 million in the float, so low float. Ah, well, WBD went a little bit, guys. I missed my entry. Trying to get it at 1815. I missed my entry. CNET. Remember when CNET was a big? I don't think it's not the same CNET. No, there's another one that just started. I mean, we didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Up 63% now, guys. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. CNET shortable for me in case it's run out of steam here. Nice, 16,000 shares. A lot of volume came in. Look at the volume right here. 1.66 million on this 5 minute, almost half the volume right in this 5 minute volume bar. It was doing nothing until then. Well, started out around 10:35. PEPG. Here's a new one. When I say new, I mean just a stock that I haven't seen. It's certainly not on the top 10 list, but it's sneaking in here. PEPG. It just looks so uninteresting. I mean, it's sitting right on the VWAP. Let's see, VSTD. There's the VWAP is up here. It's far enough away. Well, guys, WBD was kind of the one. I just missed it. WBD, 1847 now. There it is right down here. That's what I mean. You see a stock here, just click on it, see what's happening. It doesn't have to be something that's won a race before. It doesn't have to be at the top. Just click on it and see what's happening. Could be just starting out. Now Yule is wow. Okay, look at this. I mean, 196 is the next high. Looking left on this day, this was the earnings reaction. Okay, but remember, we got up to 440. It closed down here, a cut in half. Closed at 219. So this, yeah, they released earnings on that day, on the 9th, but pretty dismal, really. Not even remotely hold its gains. But 196 is the high looking left a couple of days ago. I'll put a price alert around a little over two and see if it can at least take out two. Who knows? Maybe it'll start to try to fill in this void a little bit. Well, let's see. So there, okay. Now the HUIZ has pulled back. Oh, look at that, pulled back underneath the VWAP. I mean, it's work, but it was very choppy though. Okay, VSTD making a little bit of move, maybe follow. There's a little buy flag there, so maybe there's the VWAP. 20 cents away, not bad on a 220 stock, I guess. Well, at least the trend is up, Shady. Yeah, the trend is up. Little buy flag right there in the 5 minute. Low float, pretty low float, 11.2 million. Another one that's been active for quite a while now, not necessarily today, but MWYN, huge day 2 days ago, got up to 237, but the same sort of thing. Closed down here at a dollar 16. These are just could not even remotely hold their gains. I don't mean they have to close at right at the high, but that's a massive pullback. SIDU, well, let's take a look at it. SIDU, well, the cloud is still orange. Let's take a look at it on a 2 minute, see if there's been a transition to blue at all. Yeah, to me, if you want to follow the wave at all, if you sort of look at this visually, there's still no reason to buy this if you want to follow the wave, in my opinion. Now, the wave is, it's a guide. It's not infallible, but plus, the VWAP is right there, 157. It's right above it. So So this would be a day if I weren't moderating a trading room. I'd be saying I'd be turning my computer off and doing something else. Maybe take a look in the afternoon, but right now, as I said before, easiest way to chop up your account is start taking trades that are highly suspect just because you're bored or this is interesting. I mean, normally these two time or these ETFs designed for the stock are a lot cheaper than the stock itself. Not in this case, though. This is Ion X, which is a two-time long ETF for Ion Q. So look at the price of Ion Q. Normally, that's I think anyway that's the usual reason because the ETF is usually a lot cheaper. Not in this case. Ooh, 11:03, guys. So there's VST making a little bit of a pullback again. All right, William, we're talking about Oracle. Let's take a look at Oracle, ORCL. That's a pretty good use of the VWAP right here, guys. If you can see that purple line, that's the VWAP. So you can see what happened. Got into the VWAP several times, and the VWAP act as resistance on the way up. Okay, on the way up. Any news on Gemini today? Let's from NetTrade in our YouTube room. I haven't seen that one at all today. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, this is an IPO for today, I guess. Hasn't opened yet. Price at 28. So it hasn't opened yet. So what I'll do is I'll just put a price alert. I'll put a price alert at $1. Of course, it'll open over that. And let's see, 15 million shares. And the IPO is priced at 28. So we'll see what happens when it opens. Is it going to be over 28? Otherwise, will there be some enthusiasm for it? So no news as to when it'll start trading exactly. Crypto, okay. The Winklevoss twins. Yeah, I haven't really been. The recent IPOs has really have been kind of blah. We had one yesterday that, yeah, looked good and it was over the IPO price, but it basically faded all day. I can't even remember what that one was. Thanks, D. Well, I didn't take it, but at least it's moved the foot. LBRX. Let's see what it's doing today. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it got up to what, $20, 16 now. I mean, not terrible, but it was priced at $15 a share. So No, it's a little bit above the IPO price right now. That was yesterday's IPO, one of them anyway. So, all right, we have a couple of halts here, guys. Let's take a look at ANGX. It got halted. So I don't know. Was this an IPO yesterday? No, this was well, okay, it was. This was a SPAC that turned into ANGX yesterday. So it was Port, Southport acquisition. It was Port, and now it's ANGX. Okay, that was a SPAC for yesterday. Nothing fabulous about that one. MSC, let's take a look at MSC. Halted on the way. No volume. I remember seeing this one yesterday. Yeah, actually, well, really not that much volume, under a million shares, but because of the float, let's see what the float is. Actually, it's a pretty big float, 45 million in the float. I'm surprised. But it got up to 664, closed here at 473. So it's still 33 cents under, but it just got halted now. All right, maybe keep an eye on the GCTK, guys. This is a disappointment. I thought once it got up to 12 on that halt, it was going to rip. So it's been crawling back. Okay, it's over 10 now. It's over 10 now, guys. The VWAP is up here at 1086. Maybe a bit of a VWAP magnet. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be back. What time is it now? 11:09. I'll be back at about 11:15. Just give me a moment. The announcement in. Okay, back at about 11:15. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, so while I was gone, GCTK did it. Unfortunately, I'm not in it, but keep an eye on it, guys. It's just over the VWAP now, just over the VWAP, hanging around the VWAP. VWAP is 1079 here. That's without. It's about the same. That purple line on the chart, that includes pre-market, which it should, in my opinion. I always say that every single day. But why not? When a stock is trading millions in the pre-market, why wouldn't you want to have the VWAP calculated for taking into account all that volume in the pre-market? This does not take that number there does not take it into account. That's why there is a difference. And again, excuse me, if you weren't here earlier, this is the reason why it's so enticing is because of that high right there is 16 or so, and that is the next high in the daily chart also, I think. I don't usually do this. I don't usually back this out. There you go. But that is it. You can see right there. 1590 is the next high in the daily chart. So that's why this is so enticing. And they had some news. Somebody investing $20 million into the company, up to 20 million, I think. Wow. Look at WBD, guys. Ugh, just missed out, but maybe some of you took it. So now, with a bit of a challenge there when it dipped back down. Actually, no, it was right. That's where I wanted to take it. No, I'm wrong. Actually, yeah, I could have taken it on that little pullback. This is where I wanted to take it. Okay, this is an earnings play, guys. Not a lot of volume. Only 213,000 shares. Not a lot of volume, but that is 3.7 times normal, which is not great. If 213 represents. Okay, decision time. Yeah, we have 900,000, Andy. Do you have trade ideas by any chance, Andy? Do you have trade ideas? You asked a question about the float. It's okay if you don't. Okay. It's 900,000. Very, 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 very low. Still hovering around the VWAP. Was what I was going to say. If you had trade ideas, I would have a single stock window up and running all the time, and you can all the information right at your fingertips right here. This this is all customizable. And another one, I mean, it just did not wanna continue. VSTD did not wanna continue. So far, guys, to me, the GCTK, it has the most promise, but it's a challenge because of that float. 900, 800,000 or 900,000 a float is really, really crazy low. But it's to me, because it's got all that room. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Back again. Ooh, I think the last time I saw GDC was just over 7. No, I guess it was no, it was over 8. Okay. Well, another one. I mean, boy, coming right into the VWAP, GDC coming right into the VWAP. Okay, I've never heard of it. Oh, this is an IPO. Yeah, okay. IPO price at $4, probably a China stock of some sort or so okay, well, there's a little enthusiasm. It opened for $4 was the IPO price, 1.3 million shares. So it's opened above the IPO price, or it's it's above the IPO price now before, so there is some enthusiasm for it. Probably China. All right, Andy just confirmed. So it'll be Andy taking over for me in our YouTube room at about 35 minutes at noon Eastern. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in, and you can head over and listen to Andy for his 1 hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So here's my IPO calendar. So let's just take a look. There's the Gemini that hasn't opened yet. There's the FOFO. I'm going to assume that this is China just based on the name, but maybe I shouldn't. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be China. Yeah, Hong Kong. Okay. So we haven't had like a real ripper for a while, though. You know, some of these that China or Singapore or IPOs that just absolutely rip on the first day, and they even a follow through on the second day. Yeah, look at GCTK dropping, VSTD pulling back further. All right, here's a cheap one, COSN. Let's see what's happening with this one. Well, look left. What do you see? 110, 115. Too close. I mean, if there was a huge amount of room, maybe, but no. Okay, FOFO, FOFO just took out the high now. Hey, maybe this will be one. Maybe. What I used to be able to do is, after the first hour of one of these trading, and would pull back a little, and then I put a price alert at the high of the day, and then maybe sometime in the afternoon, it would just take out that high of the day and keep running. Just haven't seen one like that for a long time. Well, FOFO just get halted on the way up. Get halted on the way up. Notice, by the way, that FOFO showed up here as a resumption. Just a quirk of our halts resumes. I would say maybe 90% of the time when a stock is an IPO, it'll show up as a resume here, but you can't guarantee it. Yeah, the SPY is fading just a little bit. I mean, the SPY is still well, it says up 4 cents, but so yeah, I mean, it's just chopping. I wouldn't call it. It's just chopping today. Dow is down. Dow's down a little bit more. And Qs are up a little, so a little bit divergence here. All right, AGAE moved 3.6%. Big deal. All right, Mega Fortune, MGRT. This has had a nice day. Haven't really seen this one. I think the volume is probably pretty low to start, but it's starting to pick up a little bit. But look at the spread, 421, 439. Not great. I don't know what the float is. Let me see if I can. It's on the top of the leaderboard right now, but let me see if I can find out what the float is. 3.7 million in the float. Don't have a country flag, so I don't know where it's from. All-time high, guys. I mean, it started trading as MGRT. Looks like maybe back here in July. Maybe it looks like maybe one of those cheap IPOs. Probably just should have taken. Now I was going to take one of these. I was going to take the very first one I saw. Should have just taken that Rivian short. Would have made about 30 cents, but it's done something. Nothing unbelievable, but at least it would have got me into something today. But our AI had a really nice day yesterday. Just an ugly day today. Just really nothing happening. Yeah, this was not shortable for me. Not shortable for me. And that's Ford. Good. Ozzy. Steve Gomez did a good money machine presentation yesterday. Good. I'm glad to hear that. All right. TRNR over $4. Man, broken record. Well, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. 430 is the next high. Wow. Well, maybe this would be the one. So here's the FOFO halted at 677, potential open 888. I doubt if it's going to open there, but you never know. Well, maybe this will be one that'll just rip today. All right, what's leading a race? ISPC and also here. So when you see the same stock here, guys, pay attention, I guess. Okay, here's one. Haven't seen it. Ets just disappeared. It was just over $1. My minimum here is $1, so it just disappeared. Just is this Genius or yeah, is this Genius? GNS, Genius Group. Just ugly looking guys, ugly looking daily. ARWR, how about this one? Over 31, over 31. All right. Well, at least it's got, so this is high of the day. At least the spread is only a nickel. Well, let's take a look on a weekly chart. Where could this go? Yeah, I can't see weekly, so I'll go to my monthly chart. Where could this go? So the next high in a monthly chart, it's got some, well, it's got some room. I mean, 37, 36.71 is the next high in the monthly. I don't know when any weekly or daily highs in this month was, but that was about a year and a half ago, March of last year. Maybe not a year and a half, maybe a year and a quarter ago, but so it's got some room. It's got some room. This is ARWR. Um, had some news yesterday filed dueling patent lawsuits over genetic disorder drug. So they're oh, I see. So it's ions who are suing ARWR. Okay. Yeah, kaboom down, obviously. How about Pfizer, PFE? Yeah, so Pfizer, Moderna, 2415 is the low right looking left for Pfizer, PFE. Hey, Fofo, that's what he said. Fofo just opened and a lot higher. Oh, who knows? Maybe this will be one. I mean, it already is. I mean, it's a $4 price, $4 price. So just got halted again. Okay, well, this is one. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it can hold its gains today. Would I short WBD at 1850? Well, let's take a look on a 2-minute chart. If I'm going to try to follow the trade wave, I mean, it's starting to curl down a little bit. It hasn't turned orange, but I mean, it's definitely getting a little bit weak. 1792, say eight, call it 18 is the VWAP. So yeah, I mean, it's possible. It is definitely starting to curl down a little bit here. It'd be great if that wave turned orange also. The bars are orange. That's because I've color coded it that way. But I mean, I just see if that wave would turn orange. But by that time that happens, maybe it's going to be, it might have moved a little too far. Yeah, if this turns orange, I mean, that might, I'll bet it's turned orange on a 1-minute chart. Here we go. Okay, guys. Well, yeah, WBD. Yeah, so you might want to even go to a 1-minute chart, at minimum a 2-minute chart to see if you know if you're getting a change in the wave. That might be interesting to as an opening trade. I'm not just talking about WBD, but okay, guys. Time is it now? 11. Wow, 11:43. So yeah, I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, WBD. So that's what I. Yeah, I mean WBD on the 1-minute wave. Ooh, I don't want to have a 1-minute here. Okay, guys, sorry about that. What about GIBO? GIBO. What is this one doing? GIBO? Other one that I haven't seen. Well, it's accelerating down for you now, net trades for the WBD. Look at FOFO now. Big. Now it's halted. Wow, that's crazy. 145, sure. Halted on the way down, I believe. Got halted on the way down. It says 145 in the open, sure. Okay, guys. Time is it now? About 10 minutes, break time. Okay, CNET. Last time I saw CNET, yeah, it was still underneath the VWAP though. Okay, DMYY. This is a new one for me. Haven't seen this one today. DMYY. DMY squared. Okay. What's the volume? It's not bad. Not bad. It's not quite a lifetime high. Where is the lifetime high? Let's take a look at a weekly chart. So that must be the lifetime high up here, 1554 that week. So big week it's having. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Oh, I see. Horizon Quantum to go public through merger with DMY squared. Okay, so that is the news. So this actually is the SPAC. Okay, so they're buying or taking this company public, Horizon Quantum. That's what's happening. Okay, now maybe just maybe takes out that high. Problem is, I'm going to be taking my break soon. There's no way I could take this and hold it. I'm talking about there's the high right there. The 812 is the high right there. Okay, guys. Well, there's ISPC. Why did I have a price alert there? Ah, finally a move. Something moving. ISPC. So something finally moving. Oh, I can't remember why I put the price alert there, but well, it took out. It's taken out that high right there. I'm sorry, I'm looking wrong. So it's still got. Well, here's the high of the day, 320. Okay, guys. ISPC. ISPC. You probably meant HUYZ, right, Todd? Not HUZI. Probably HUIZ. Okay, guys, 11:53. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in. Don't go yet, and you'll show up probably right around noon. And do you have trade ideas? Take over for me for 1 hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. I'll put my announcement up here in a couple of minutes. Boy, this. Well, this FOFO just got halted again, and now the potential open is above the high of the day, or right around the high of the day. B20 would be the high of the day, I believe. U2 DAC. Yeah. So unfortunately, I wish it weren't halted. I wish it had just gone through on its own without a big jump, because now. But at least there's some enthusiasm for it. At least, okay, that's the best we can say. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. I'm not. I'm going to wait for 3 or 4 minutes, of course, before I mute myself in the main room. Just wait for Andy to show up. Ah, all right, my little announcement up. All right. Well, here's another one I haven't seen all day. Let's see if there's any like hope for. So here's Veri, over the VWAP. Let's take a look at where it could go. Good volume, 6.3 million shares have traded, 3.5 times normal. On the weekly chart, can't see anything. So let me go to my monthly chart and see where the next high is. So on the monthly chart anyway, the next high is 560. So, I mean, on a monthly chart, there is some room. There's the ISPC. So as I said, this is finally this might be, well, this is the one that finally broke. Has all sorts of room, $3. I think it got up to, no, actually it didn't. So 3 days ago, it got up to 318. Okay, guys, again, it's got a lot of room. This has got a lot of room. I think I heard a little pop. Just give me a moment, Andy. So I think Andy is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So I'll put myself on mute. You have the YouTube link. Put it in the main room. I'll put myself on mute in the main room. See you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can say good. I guess it's afternoon. Is it afternoon for you, Andy?
No, it's still morning for me.
Still
Yeah.
morning. You're
Yep.
2 hours. What are you?
Yeah,
2 hours ahead of
I'm
me?
Central Time. Yeah, so it's yes, I'm 2 hours ahead of you. Uh,
Okay. All right.
yeah,
Well, good
yeah.
morning. Good
Well,
morning.
good morning. Good
Let me out of
afternoon.
here.
No, good morning. Getting me confused now.
Yeah, no, it's only at 9 o'clock my time here. Yeah, kind of a real choppy morning for me. Very few follow throughs. The last one
Yeah,
finally was ISPC, but very few, like the stuff I look at anyway, the low
yeah.
floaters that very
Not
little follow through.
not seeing a whole
Yeah.
lot there, huh?
Yeah. How about you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's been one of my better weeks. So yesterday was probably my best day of the year. So uh,
Nice.
I've been sitting in a lot of China stocks. Well, that probably tells you, yeah, a lot. And
Imagine
then
that.
and
You
then
in
then I
China.
had sorry, fit called Twitter, Tesla. Uh, nice move in Tesla. So,
Well, here's a
but
China stock for you. Here's one. Okay.
yeah, give it to me.
It's an IPO today. FOFO, just a cheap China stock, IPO'd at $4, only about 1.5 million. It's at 774 right now. Okay. So it's the first day of trading, but you might
Oh
want to
wow.
watch it for a while.
Okay.
It's up
Okay.
45%.
I'll
So
stick an alert down there. Maybe if it get a little
yeah.
pullback around the 7 range. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh, there
You
it
never
goes.
know.
It's already come
There it
down.
goes.
I'll put it at the 6.
Yeah, listen to you. Okay, Andy, listen, I'll see you in about an
All right.
hour.
Yeah. Enjoy your hour, Barry.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye bye. All right. Hello, traders. Happy Friday and welcome to the webinar. Oh, I can get it off that before I do something stupid and trade it. Get it on something more pleasant like Tesla. I did sell just sold a little bit, not too right before I came on that Tesla because I'd been sitting in for a while, and I was like, yeah, I got to ring the bell, even if it's for 1/10. Uh, but I gotta ring the bell. Hey, Bill, how are you? Thanks for WBD. Let me take a look. You know what? I watched it that day. I got an alert and something distracted me. Wow, what a move. That was a good one. Jeez. I wished I grabbed it. Trying to think. Baidu was a good one too. I don't know if any of you guys caught Baidu. That was stock on the list. That may have been last week. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Baidu. That was on this day right here. So yeah, that would have been last week. Uh, oh no, Trader 77. You sold Tesla yesterday. Yeah, always try to hang on to a little bit, but I don't blame you. It was an incredible move. Just see, I'm getting stopped out of this SMR. I that thing is just Oklo had a good move yesterday, and I was thinking, especially when I've been in RGTI, I held that overnight, and that was a nice one for me. Just a tiny bit left, but I just thinking with all these quants moving, that maybe the nano nukes, Oklo's really the only one that's really performing. I mean, SMR just looks like crap. Can't do anything. Thought it might get a move today, especially with Oklo. What Oklo was up earlier, about 2%. But this thing, and I noticed too a short growth. Look at this short growth, a 52% short growth on this thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if this may get some bad news in the future because yeah, that's pretty awful. The last 5 trading days with the move we've had in some of the tech stocks, AI stocks, quants. Hey, Sebastian, how are you? Yeah, we can definitely do that, Sebastian. If I'll need to know what you're looking for, just kind of in the chat there, just put uh, like the filters you would want to use, like what are you looking for? A breakout? Okay, yeah, I think my Steve gave me a heads up on this. Okay, so you want the gap? You want a gap up of 45% or less? Do you have a minimum? A minimum gap? Let me see. All right, let me yeah, let's do that. Let me just make sure I get some I think I have stops in most of mine. Let me just get out of this dog real quick. The rest of it. Just give me a second. Nothing to do with this thing. All right, so let me just take a little. God, it's BBAI. Our words even coming back on me pretty hard. Like a, I'm gonna get with you, Sebastian. Just hold on just a minute. It feels like a cell program just coming and looking at some of these stocks and bleed off on me. Yeah, let me dump that. Don't need that. Thought I'd give that thing a shot. It's gonna go down to the 50, looks like. Yeah, I don't have much of that. I'm not gonna pound out of that. All right, Sebastian. So let's do this. You're looking for an alert. Are you looking for a top list, or do you want to be alerted? Looks like you want to be alerted. Then I want it to be alerted when the pullback 15% from highs of date. We can do a 25%. Let me show you what we have. Let's just build a alert window here, and we can go through this one at a time here to make it easy. So what you're looking for, if I put in the term pullback, this is what we have. We have 25 and we have uh hey Mike C, what's up, buddy? We have 25 and we have 75 as far as an alert go. Now we can build a top list and use a position in range filter to kind of pinpoint that 15% pullback you're looking for. It just won't be you won't be alerted. It would just pop in your window as a top list. So if you want an alert, it's going to have to be a 25% pullback from high. And honestly, I would probably uh, I would I would go with 25 versus because if you're talking about stocks that are really gapping up, a 25% pullback. Now it's just 25% of the range. So in other words, it's not obviously the price of the stock, but it's just of that range. So let's say you have a stock uh, closed the previous day at $9 and opened at $10. So you have uh, a gap there of 10%. So if you use 25, pull back from 25, it's going to alert you at like 975. Cannot do a custom. Yeah, we can't do a custom on the percentage of pullback only because we're not pulling that data. We're just pulling the only data we're pulling is the 25% pullback. Now, like I said, we can do a top list and I can show you both ways. Okay. Top lists are pretty cool because they'll just pop in your window and you can click on them and then you can decide if you want to take the trade or not. But let's first do this because I want to dig in and get these uh, filters correct. Okay, so all you say is basically 44.9% or less gap up. Okay, so all you're giving me is what you want the max to be. I need to know what you want for a minimum. Do you want a minimum gap? And if so, uh, what percentage would you like to see a minimum gap up? So we can come in here and put gap, okay, and you're going to see it's a percentage, okay, and we can add filter. And right here, we can put your 44.9% as a maximum gap up. We need to put something as a minimum. You don't have to, but basically, you're just going to get pretty much every stock in the whole industry if you just use a max. No minimum. Okay, once again, you might as well just leave the gap out because you're not going to see too many gaps over 45%. But let's just go ahead. If you don't want a minimum, that's fine. So let's move on to the next one. Looks like you want price between 40 cents and $20. Is that correct? Okay. So price, you want zero point 0.4 and you want a max of 20. And this is where I was getting a little confused because you put minimum volume 1 million. So is that you want it to have done 1 million shares today, or you want that as an average, like an average? It has to do a average more than a million shares a day, or does it have to do it have to have traded a million shares today? I'm sorry. Yes, it needs to do today to volume today 1 million shares. Okay. No, that's fine. I understand. I kind of like thick stocks too. Uh, or ones that have done a lot of volume. So that's a million, right? Let me make sure. Yes. Oh, wait, that's a percentage. Yeah, that would not get anything there. Volume today shares. Okay. And move on to the next one. And okay, see this is where you confuse me. A push from open. You want 45%. Yeah, once again, you're not going to get a whole lot of stocks for a 45% move from open. We'll put it in there, but what you're saying is the gap. So we're going to do change from close, 45%. But you know what I'm going to do, because I'm telling you, you're not going to get anything. I mean, I could show you, but you're not going to get anything. Now, here's what we can do. We can go to the alerts, and we can go to pullback, 25% pullback. And it sounds like to me, since you want it to run, we're going to use the closing value on this one. So that's 75. So we're going to put 25% and add alert from the close. And let me see, we got price, we got volume, we got price in there. We got a gap. We don't want a gap more than that, but it has to go up 45% from close. And let's add some columns so we don't description is too big. Let's add some relative volume. Would you like a relative volume filter? I guess you know what. Honestly, if it moves, if it moves that much, it's going to have relative volume. Let's put it in there. Let's do a volume in the 5 minutes so you can kind of get that. Let's do. We got change from close. Got to have change from close in there. And summary. We'll call this big push and pull back 25%. All right, let's see what we got. And lo and behold, we do have something. Okay, let's see if this is working. Okay, there you have it. Uh, let's, I mean, there was your push, and now you're getting a 25% pullback at 215 is where it hit. Let's see what else we have in here. Looks like you know what? Since your price of 40 cents, you might get more than we think. Let's go to history and see what's happened today. Okay, you got two stocks today that have hit. Uh, this one did it early in the morning. This one pulled back right here, and you're not going to get any more alerts once it, you know, pulls back. So let's do this. Let's just put in 25 so we can get more. Let's do 20% and see what we get. And this is what I do a lot of time. Just go in and just keep dropping the now we're getting a few more. Now that's early in the morning. Let's go move higher, like something that happened around 9 o'clock or 30 minutes after they open. Probably need to get. Let me do this. Let me put it on a 5 minute real quick so we can get more picture of what's happening here. I'll make this big for you. So you had one right here, okay? And even though it was probably pretty early, 392, it came all the way down to 354. You could definitely put it on the radar. Nobody says you have to buy it right where it triggers. It's something you can kind of watch. And then when you get the bar reversal right here, that's where you can enter it. There's that fofo that Barry gave me. Uh, looks like we had one right here at 1021 on a pull, ran up, pulled back. Okay, that would have given you about a nice dollar move if you're a very quick scalper. And be sure to let me know if it's something that this is working for you. This one pulled back to 91 cents uh, and looked like it probably pulled back deeper as well, maybe another 7 or 8 cents, and then popped 10 cents. CNET 229 pullback and got a little whippy, but did go all the way up to 1068. See, China FTFT. PLRZ. Mind Med, big volume, huh? Take a look. Oh, yeah. Kind of in no man's land, but yep, nice little pop there. Well, here's what I'll do, Sebastian. I will share this with you because I can see some value in it. Now, you can always tweak it. So, what I mean by that, you can. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show you how you can put this into a top list too. So let's put it back on real time, and we're going to collaborate, copy all, and we're going to launch a T window. And you can just hit OK, even though, because you're going to change it anyway. And we are going to collaborate and paste all. So what this will do is show you stocks that are meeting your criteria, but let me see. We may have to change something here. Yeah, because we had an alert. Okay, so what we need to do, since we've had a pullback alert, now we have to come in here and we can do this right here. We can use a position and range filters. And I know you're new to trade ideas. These position and range filters are very, very powerful. I use them all the time. As a matter of fact, that's how I find all my setups for my intraday trades is using these position and range filters. I'm sorry, my swing trades. All right, so we are going to add this filter, and all we have to do in here is let's use a range. We can put, I want to see it at least pulling back 15%, so that would be 85. A range is always 0% of the low of the range is 0%, the high of the range is 100%. So we know if we put a max in here of 85, it had to have pulled back at least 15%, what you wanted. And we can come in here with a minimum too and put maybe, let's do 60. Here's a little show me button you can click on. It says the price is between 60% and 85% above the low end of this range. So we know now we have a nice little target area where we may be interested in buying these things. So let's just click OK. OK. And now we're seeing stocks that meet your criteria as far as the push they've had this morning. And and you can see they're pulling back like this camp right here is setting up pretty nicely. You got a nice little wedge there. Uh, so this is just a different way to view things, so you don't feel like you have to, be staring at your alert window and I'll share both of these with you, but uh, this one right here doesn't look bad. If it gets it back above this level, yeah. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for confirming that. This one, let me see what's the high of this thing? 106. Uh, Let me do this as well. Let me add a position in range. Now we got a position in range. So you can always click on these. You can see like this camp is, usually I can get a value when I do that. There it is, 66%. This right here is 65%. And this one right here is 61%. So you can take a look at this, and as you get more and more familiar with trade ideas, you can kind of tweak this. Maybe you want to see more stocks in there. You could bring down that 20% from open. You could always bring it down to 15%. As a matter of fact, let's do it right now. I can show you. And then you can decide what you want to do. You can come in here instead of 20, maybe let's do even 10. So let's say you want to see more stuff. Well, a few more things. AISP. What's going on here? Oh, that was the alert I just set. So even though I brought it all the way from 20 now down to 10, we're still only added a couple more stocks. But I'm going to keep it at 20 since I made both of these in 20, and then you can come in and make any adjustments that you want. That's the beautiful thing about trade ideas. You customize it like you want. Does that work for you, Sebastian? Would you like me to do anything else? Steve's over here dropping mind mad news on me. Wait, what just happened? That was pretty ugly. All right, Sebastian, I'm going to go ahead and drop these in there for you, okay? And you can choose which one you want to use, lose. We don't want to do that. Okay, big push A. This is my A window. And this one's going to be the T window. I should say big pullback. Now, Sebastian, let me know if you need to know how to load those. I can give you uh, uh, I'll just minimize these. So if you need to ask me anything or take a look later. All right, let me see what's going on. Okay, I see you're going to try to set it up on your side. You can also just copy those. You can click on those cloud links. I will. Uh, Let me just show you. I'll put this in there as well because you can. Our user guide has a search function that you can use to learn a lot of things and trade ideas. So just come up here to the search function and type in load cloud link, load from cloud. Let's see. I don't want layout. Okay, yeah, this is it right here. And bookmark that user guide because it's really helpful. That will show you how to. Uh, and we have videos in there to walk you right through it as well. Show you guys why it's always good to like put alerts and just forget about them. When you're looking at charts like this A-frame, I stuck an alert down here at 79.80 back when it was trading right here. Never went off, and lo and behold, look what happened today. Boom, hit hit this support level. I bought it and had a nice little bounce. Hopefully, it won't do what Donkey Kong did to me, but I'm still alive in Donkey Kong, and it's actually looking better. But I bought it on the 50 yesterday, and of course, this one is just a mother to trade, man. Anyway, they drove it down again today, and I bought some more. So hopefully, that will be the end of that. I'm surprised I bought that down at 12 right off its fast line, but it's having a hard time getting a bounce. It had one. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Oz. Os. Let's call you Os. I did buy that DHT yesterday, but I scalped it out this morning. I just had some nice profits on it. Big gap up. I wanted to definitely take some profits early this morning, and so I took some. And I'm sure Smart probably got me, but there's no business. I should have waited for my number in that one. Just like this QS. Now I did re-enter this thing, but look, keep an eye on this QS. I was too early this morning, but if it does get back above this 50 period moving average, and especially this ledge right here, you can see this ledge going back over here. And I think the call was 966. By the way, some of you guys who follow my calls, a lot. I mean, I have to put. Look at that thing, just getting a little pop now. Right when I spoke, I have to buy some more. So I'm going to tell you the way I play them. I have to put these alerts in here where they would technically break out. Otherwise, they're in no man's land. But a lot of times, the way I trade them is I anticipate, and I will get into because if I can see a setup, there's a good chance that setup is going to work. So what I want to do is kind of anticipate and nibble in. I did it with Tau. You can see my average in Tau is much lower because I just felt with EDU running this thing was going to pop. Now I know I had to put my trigger above the moving averages here, but there's nothing wrong with anticipating. I mean, some of my best trades are anticipating and then adding, once they go through a level. Sometimes you're wrong though. That's the problem with it. Like this QS, you can see I lost money on it earlier today because I was wrong. I think Steve was nudging me because I told him about it. Watch this in the morning, and the first thing I hear from him, I bought it. Then of course I didn't want him to buy it and me not buy it, so I bought it. But really, I mean, most traders won't even buy it till it breaks above that 50. And that's fine. I definitely understand that. A lot of times I'm early, they don't work, and I end up punching out. How many positions did you set for Money Machine? I have three in the one I got going right now. I mean, I'm trying to I got one running right now. Let's take a look at it. I haven't looked at it in a while. This OXM, this is kind of a reversion to the mean type, the stock that's above its 50 period moving average, but it's down over 5% today, and it's in the upper part of its 30-minute range. So just trying something a little outside the box thinking, like this oust is on its 50 right here. Um, yes, Jason, I sure can. If anybody wants my homework that I do each night and each morning, and where I find the trades, just grab this link. So, and we were talking the other day in our we had a money machine meeting that we do weekly, and uh, the best way to trade these things are going to be, like weed in the garden. Just if things are working like this, maybe this OXM is like, wow, this is, looking pretty good. It's on a, nice little 30-minute, maybe even a 60-minute high here. But nice day yesterday on good volume. Not sure why it got drove down today, but you could come in here and uh, add to your position. Let's see. I think what it uses your last print when on entry, but I think on an exit it uses the bid and ask. Like maybe this oust, I'm looking at this and it's like, well, I would keep this because it's bouncing right off its 50 potentially. F seal had a nice little few days there. And we'll just let it run. I gotta tweet this though because the spread is because what happened earlier today, I got in something, I looked down, and it's like, oh gosh, I didn't like the trade, and like I hit the sell button, and it just like automatically sold on the bid, and I was like, whoa, that was a big hit. So I need to tweak some volume filters or something in their spread filters. Hey, three sharp, how you doing? God, I nibbled that Amazon yesterday. I thought it would hold that 20, but now it looks like it wants the 50, which is about a buck and a half lower. Lucky just small size. That's right. Thank you, Steve. I know it. I switched to a 5-minute chart to kind of show Sebastian uh, the trade we were using at 25% pullback. It just shows up better in the it's BBAI. This thing is just going to doji right at that. Looks like I'll stick another alert in there. Hey, Mighty Mouse. I've always used candlesticks. Now I know Barry has used those kind of funky little. I don't know what you call them. Get Barry if when he comes back to tell you what they're called. You know, it's the same ones that are in our go no go. So uh, I don't even know the name. I've always used candlestick charts. I mean, there's nothing. Whatever works for you. Honestly, I was just trained on candlestick. I love candlesticks. Yeah, I don't see any reason for me to experiment around with others, especially after using candlesticks for 27 years. Okay, it's open, high, and low, open, high, low, close. So you're going to basically get all those, which you're going to get in a candlestick anyway. Just by looking at the candlestick, it's going to show you all that data. I guess he just likes the way it. I guess it's displayed in those better. Let's see if it can get back above this area right here. This thing may go to highs. Let's just put it a penny above here. See how it acts if it goes to '06. Let me just take a quick look around. Amazon's been like Tesla, which finally went. That's why I always wanted to be in it. I think Amazon's probably one. Of course, it's closer to all-time highs. Tesla is still a ways from it. So maybe after these last 2 days. Yeah, yeah, it is crazy. Uh-oh, wait. Do I have? Why do I have? Oh, I have both of them on. That's why. I haven't even gone through my trades. PDD, quite possibly the most difficult, besides Donkey Kong, the most difficult stock to trade. I still like the way this is setting up. I think it's potentially ready for a uh, explosive move with the China. As this is not based in China, it's actually based in Ireland, but they do most of their business, if not all of it, in China. So uh, earnings back on this date, thought they were pretty good. So this is one I want to be in. I definitely want to add. I don't know what happened to my alert, but oh, there it is. Uh, this is a big area right here. So if it does get back, it does get back above this 133 level. I think this thing could easily go to 150. But it can be nerve wracking. TCOM the same thing. Another China stock had good earnings the other day. Great earnings, I thought, and I want to be in this one because I think it's going to eventually take out, especially if the Baidu and Baba keep going like they're going, which I've been selling so much along the way that I'm thinned out. And let me see. Lee is just something I think it had earnings the other day, gap down and shot up after earnings. So this is one that has a potential, I think, to go. It's kind of obviously kind of a bottom fisher there. You can see I've taken some profits and will look to add if it breaks above this. JD I've been in for a while. Rigatoni was the lucky one today. Tau, I had mentioned that one. I think if it can get back above its 200. Now I've scalped out some. I didn't never had a real big position in this one because it's still kind of under pressure. It needs to get back above that 11 level. Trying to think what else we got here. You have mentioned that one. I'm just yeah disappointed in that one. Like to have seen a nice little bounce off that 10 period moving average. Now I'm almost back to a flat in it. And WRD, this could watch this one. This will definitely be on my list for Friday because you may be looking at a go, pause, go, and then back through 10. Uh, that you're talking about a long, excuse me, a long term. Let me get a drink real quick. Stretch this out so you guys can see the kind of just a nice long term wedge. So this has the potential to be explosive. You can see it actually ran to $40 just on some Nvidia news right after, not long after it IPO'd. I'm not expecting a move like that, but gets above 10, 10, 20, could be off to the races. Yeah, that Rigetti was a nice one this morning. I wished I had had the size that I had over here because I thought it was with IO and Q moving like it was going to move yesterday, but I scalped out of most of it. Had a little, had enough to do some damage, so I'm not too disappointed. I heard Steve yesterday talk about no UAVS. They had a now I haven't looked at it today, but uh, yeah, they announced I believe a secondary and some yeah. So this one is under pressure. I would need to see it back above $2 probably to I'll stick alert in there in case something happens. ENPH, those solars are difficult, very difficult to trade. I probably, I was in here listening when he said that. I'd probably favor FSLR. I think it's much more constructive of a chart. You can see this one back, just kind of hanging out. But put alert in that as well in case they want to get going one day. You know what? If that SMR ends up freaking going, I'm gonna be livid. I should have just put my stop at lows. That's what happens. I get tired of it, get fed up with it, get out early. See, this thing's going to the 50. But put your alert right there because it could be a nice little grab at the 50. Trying to see. Starting to like this Donkey Kong if we can get back above this level. Well, trying to play that it's not on my list. I mean, I what happens is I get too much stuff in my. I got a lot of positions, and I get too much stuff in here. So sometimes if I'm there's that QS. I gotta ask myself, do I want to buy some more now? All right, I bought a little bit. Well, I got a better price than what I got just in on this. Let's go to highs. Like to see some volume come in if it does go to highs. A little bit of volume's coming on the 1 minute, but yeah, three sharp. That it could be at 215. When they drop secondaries like that, it's just typically 95, 98% of the time they're gonna sell off. I tell you, what makes stocks trade like this? I mean, I set through that one. I set through that one, and then I said, I got to put a stop in there. More than likely, it's going to go to lows. I don't know if I have my. So, I just don't know if you can trust it. It's probably just right in this ugly. I mean, if it goes, it's probably going to pop pretty good. But I bought a little bit of 40. That's rookie trading right there. But only reason because if it goes, I'll be just livid if I didn't have any. Yes, I meant when they drop secondaries. Yeah, that's not a good thing. 3 sharp. They're basically diluting their company. So let's say, just for simplicity's sake, a company has 1 million shares in the float. And so what they're basically doing is just printing, more money for the company. So in other words, we're going to create another uh, 500,000 and put them out in the public. So that's their way of generating capital for the company, but it dilutes the price per share. So the value of the value of each stock comes down because you're diluting it. So basically, uh, yeah, it's like if you and three partners started a business and you all owned, 1/3 of the company, and you got tight with money, and you go, well, let's bring in two more friends. They're coming in with money, but we have to give them a portion of the company. Now everybody owns 20%, right? So your value of the company just dropped from 1/3 down to 20%. So it's the same principle with stocks. Yeah, Amazon. A lot of times you'll be waiting for that 50, and everybody's stacking up bids in front of that 50. There's QS at highs. Next stop, look at the R up there, hopefully. Okay, hopefully we get a little short squeeze going on in this SMAR if it can go through. There's the alert, but I had it a little bit close. And what was the trigger? 71 is the big trigger. So I hope that made sense, 3 sharp. Yeah, that QS, it seems like it would want to go tickle that previous day's high and the 50 period moving average. But it is a Friday. Let's see. Why do I have two SMARs on my something's jacked here? Let me restart. Yeah, that cleared it. TEMS. Did you type that? Did you put that in right, Mighty Mouse? Not getting anything. Smart got through that number. Oh, but this is what we're talking about. This had moved 10 points yesterday. So typically, what happens after a move like that, you get what's called kind of an inside doji day. Or an inside spinning top, whatever you want to call it. And then what you look for is the prior days could be what's called a go, pause, go. So wouldn't be I mean, I'd be surprised to see any movement today if it hasn't done it. That's what's impressive about Tesla. Hey, Barry. Uh, that's what's impressive about Tesla. You know, after that big move, boy, I was expecting a kind of a doji day, maybe an inside narrow range day, but this thing, good lord, that's you talk about demand.
So, Andy, I heard you mention a couple of times that you'll be irate if SMR takes off without you. And I'm trying to picture you being irate, what it would look like and what it would sound like. The most laid back person I know.
I'm
Maybe,
laid back until I blow, Barry. Yeah,
I guess maybe a couple extra dangs in
there
there, but
you go. Yeah, there you go. Gosh dang
uh,
it.
gosh dang it, squared.
Oh,
That's
no,
funny.
yeah,
I know we're not all choir boys. I know we have to be kind of like that here, but
yeah.
I get it. Anyway, my friend, I thank you for spelling me for the hour,
Oh, you're welcome,
and
Barry.
I guess lots of action to look for. What's the big college game this weekend for you?
Well, my Aggies are playing Notre Dame. That's a pretty good one. Yeah,
Ooh, that's right. That's a big one. Yeah, yeah.
that's gonna be tomorrow night at 6:30 my time. So
How
about
does Notre Dame keep? How are they ranked number 8 after losing their first game?
every year
Because it's Notre Dame.
they're
Okay.
ranked in the top 10 every year, no matter what
Yeah.
I hate preseason rankings. I really do. You
Yeah.
have no idea what teams are going to look like, and it's not fair because they really, you're starting out ahead of everybody. It's like
Hmm.
getting a 10-yard head start, in a 100-yard dash. It's like, come
But
on.
I would have thought if they lose their first game, they shouldn't be in the top 10. But that's just.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Well,
Anyway, go Aggies.
hopefully they'll lose another one and get kicked out, Barry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck with your
All
Aggies and have a great weekend.
all right, you too, Barry. Everybody have a good
Okay,
weekend. Talk to you next week.
don't disconnect. Okay, there we go. Okay, guys, I'm back in our YouTube room. Back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. Just give me one moment. Rid of the announcement. Okay, guys, I got a problem trying to get rid of the announcement. Just give me a moment. I have to delete the task or end the task. All right, guys. So what's happening now? So I'm actually in a short of the flow FLO. This showed up on the scanner here a little bit earlier. I wish I'd seen it a lot earlier, but and this is an all-time low, so that's why I decided to take this. We'll see. Hopefully, it just maybe inches its way down a bit. Don't expect much, but you see, it had won. I'm not saying there's got to be something I could do because I don't actually see it winning 10 races, but maybe it did. Well, it had to have. It did win 10 races, but it was the only stock. It was the only stock listed, so that's why I guess. Yeah, the GCTK, unfortunately, it popped too quickly for me. It got into the area I like, but I mean, it's still so volatile. What did it get up to? It got up to $14, came right back down to 12. So, it depends, of course, where you're going to put a stop. You're going to have to have about a $3 or $4 stop on something like this. But I missed it though. I missed it on this break right there. You can see what happened right at 12:10. I was on my break and I just missed that break, no pun intended. And it got all the way up to before it pulled back the first time up to 1343. Here's a late one from our AI guys. Let's see what's happening with this one. Actually, not bad. Probably the best one today. Late one. I didn't see it. Happened at 12:14. RNA. And had a bad day yesterday. Really bad day yesterday. Recovery day today. Next high looking left is 49 ish. So it's got about $4 to that next high. And the spread is okay. Look at that. 2-cent spread for a $44 stock. Excellent. I was looking for open as a potential bounce play, but not yet. Well, I'm sure it's bounced, several times during the day, different areas, but basically steadily down now, guys. Open. Just give me a moment, please. All right, William. What's on tap for you today? In term, I'm not talking beer. Or you hanging around after I leave, if anything? Conflicted. All right. Why don't you just take off? I'll end your conflict. HCWB. Okay, now maybe some of these are late, or these ones that we saw in the pre-market, guys. Maybe they're gonna. Okay, probably too late. HCWB just took out the VWAP. I'm kind of looking at some of these ones that were really active in the pre-market, and then it did nothing for hours. And now HCWB is it popped through the VWAP, but I'm probably a little too late. Still has a little bit of room to 636 on the daily chart. The GCTK, I have to take, that float though, 900,000 in the float, extremely volatile. What could get me in? Spread isn't bad, you know. I mean, a 6 cent spread for a 900,000 float that's super active, 60 million traded, 243 times normal. The spread has just widened a bit, but right then it wasn't too bad. Yeah, Rivian, that's the one. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I swear on Monday I don't care. On the first one I see in this large cap losers, I'm going to take it. That was the first one I saw this morning. I thought, you know what, maybe it's got too much support around the 13 level. But wow, look at that. You know, it's popped up, and I mean, it got down to 12.59. Now it's not going to show up right now because the relative volume is only 1.78. Has to be at least two in this scan or in this race. I'm just hoping that flow might just inch its way down. Flowers or Flowers Foods, not flowers.com. Oh, well, that's interesting. When we lived in Boston, there was a Flowers, and I'm wondering, and there were a couple of them. I didn't realize that. It looks like this is a franchise headquartered in Thomasville, Georgia. Looks like this is actually a franchise. Very nice products, but stock's not doing well at all time low. Okay, let's see. TBHC, haven't seen that one at all. TBHC. Easy come, easy go. The HCWB, we had that big pop. Now we've got the drop underneath the V at the VWAP area. So I see OST is halted, but that's a news halt. OST is a news halt. Hmm. Halted for information requested by the listing market. In other words, this is a China stock. MFI, boy, you often see these more high-priced stocks being halted. MFI halted on the way down. Not for volatility halts. Okay, William. Well, getting close to your short price of 13.15, and the VWAP. Well, we have. It depends what VWAP you're using. Are you using 13.26, or are you using this includes pre-market volume, so it's about the same actually. Call it 13.28, 13.26. So Well, I'll try to push it up for you. Put a little price alert at 13.16. So there's Moderna, guys. Wow, almost a lifetime low. What is the so I guess these months back here were the lifetime lows. What seems to work? I mean, putting my price alert hasn't triggered yet. Because it depends on how if you are willing to wait to 13.50, maybe a 13 break though. I mean, this the word was adamant. Very close, William. Very close. Are you looking for a bid and at, or like the bid has to be 15, or the ask? It's a big float, isn't it? 703 million. The other thing too is that well, interesting. I don't know if you've seen this, but there's the 200-day moving average, 1307. Yeah, so there is the 200-day. I don't know if you want to wait for that. I know it flashed down below it, but so the reason was Rivian slips after report of Amazon testing GM electric vans. You probably knew that, but that for others who didn't know that, that was the reason for the flash down. Okay, LGN opened. Didn't show up here. I say they don't all show up, but LGN is now open. Thank you. LGN is now open. Priced at $28. So it's not. It's a little bit underneath the finance or the IPO price. A little bit. Okay, so there's not a huge amount of enthusiasm yet. I know some of you were waiting for that Gemi, Gemi, hasn't opened yet. I don't think anyway. I haven't seen it. Well, no, it hasn't opened because I have a price alert on it and it hasn't popped. So, boy, that WVD came right back. WVD came right back. Had a nice move up, pull back, and since this pullback to about 18, it's been pretty steadily up. Okay, guys, I've seen XHG a few times. It's 11%. Wow, got room, guys. 223 is the next high looking left for XHG. What's the volume like? Not bad, three times normal. Volume is just coming in. 500,000 shares is just coming in on that 15-minute bar right here. So they did a financing. Wow, $300 million they're raising. Wow. This was on the 9th, though. This was on the 10th, sorry. Yes, 2 days ago. So that was the reaction. The day before, though, so I guess they were trying to take advantage of this big price spike. I don't know what price the see if there's a price here. That's up to 300 million. So we don't know what the actual one is, but okay, William, have at it. But remember, the 200-day moving average, if that is a cause for concern of you to you at all, there it is at 1307. You may not care, but just to point it out in case you didn't know. MAGH. Okay, what is this one doing? MAGH. Oh, look at this. Look at the room. This one has to be watched next week at least, guys. MAGH, Magnitude International. Obviously, there's a ton of room. Maybe could be a next week play. Maybe a bit of a play today. The volume is Singaporean stock, not ton of volume. 12 million in the float. So just put a price alert. There was the close on that day. Well, 148. I'll put a price alert, around the 153 mark. It may happen next week. Maybe it happens today. But don't know what happened here, but just kind of bouncing around for the last well, since when? Since August 18th. Not quite a month. Yeah, it is. It is just really kind of doing nothing, isn't it, Rivian? And I was just talking about the XHG that had popped up, and now it's dropped. Oh, this is the IPO. Okay, so Legion, LGN. So it's a little bit above now. Remember, there is priced at 28, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. Okay, put a price alert at the high and see if it takes it out. And this is the IPO today, LGN. Great volume. Look at the volume, 5 million already. Ah, ran too quickly. Ran too quickly. Spread is not great, but I may have taken just a little just to see, but I'm not going to do it now. Okay, guys. Well, Moderna is having a little bit of a bounce here. Now, there's the VWAP is up here at 2389. So close to the VWAP, getting closer. Let's see what happens at the VWAP. Maybe that acts as resistance. Nice little 50-cent bounce though for Moderna. All right. You know what I want to do? I want to see who is behind Jemmy. Okay. Here's Gemini. Let's see who's behind it. Crypto Play. We got some. Yeah, look at wow. Got some big guys. Goldman Sachs, Citi, Morgan Stanley, Cantor. Wow, we have some huge guys behind this one. Okay. So should be some enthusiasm, obviously. Right, right sector, guys. A crypto play. All right, guy. Wow, 1:30 already. So I will go over my homepage one last time, guys. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, as always, right at the top. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code Barry15. That will get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. I would save my link anyway, even if you want to come into the main room, because here it is. Here's how you get into the main room. Save my homepage link. If you're in YouTube and you want to, see what the main room, as I call it, is all about, all you have to do is click on my homepage, scroll down to where it says Trading Room. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, just please use my code. It helps to keep the room free. Scroll down and you will see the trade of the week. Let me just see what it's doing right now. It was a nice one. Certainly could have made money on it. 1170 was the trigger. It was 4 U's. So before it pulled back, got up to 1348. So not bad. The trigger was actually on Monday at 1170. It actually closed down here 1126. Did not hit the stop. The next day, it had some great news about rare earths and magnets. Got all the way up to 1348. So certainly you could have made money on that trade of the week. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you call us or email us, please take a look at your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, take a look at your promotions folder. It might be there. Okay. Education section. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription to getting started with Trade Ideas, very short videos. If you do not have Trade Ideas, I would start off with the second video. That'll give you an idea about what the program's capabilities are, and that might help to make up your mind whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos designed for you, the new trader. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, is me, my homepage link, scroll down. Here they are, middle section. There they are. And the ones you can actually see, you can see this one, the 5 minute right up here. You can see the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Halts resumes. I don't have this one on my homepage, but I'm not. Nobody's been asking me for it. So, but momentum scan. These are. I don't have any of these up and running, but I'm still sharing them if you want to have them. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Yeah, well, I did take a little short on it earlier. That's just between you and me. Was Net Trader in our YouTube room who pointed it out to me. Okay, guys, Moderna mRNA is now getting closer to the VWAP. VWAP is at 2386, say 2390. Getting closer. Let's see if that stalls it. All right, now Rivian is right at the VWAP. Let's see if that holds it. 1326 is the VWAP. Let's see if that holds it. If that acts as resistance. All right, TRNR had a pop. That's why it's showing up here. Had a nice pop, but I don't know. It's over the VWAP. Ah, okay. Well, let's see. Another one I haven't seen all day is Lex, LEXX. Let's take a look at this one, see if there's anything interesting happening late. Well, at least it hasn't had big pullbacks today. Just not a lot of volume. Yeah, I mean, it's getting closer. Well, it's still kind of hanging in this area. Moderna's hanging in this area. And there's the VWAP looming above. Now, not to cause any concern if you're going to short it right now, but it is, there's the orange and it's just transitioned a little bit to blue on my 5 minute chart. My guess is that for sure on a 2 minute chart, it'll be blue, which, means that the trend may have is trying to change. Yeah, you see that. Now that started down here. That would have been a nice one to have seen right there. Yeah, see how much different it looks on a 15-minute chart. It's the orange wave all the way down, but all of a sudden you get a transition. Lower time frames can get you into a stock, obviously earlier, but they may not be as decisive. When did they switch to a 2-minute chart next week? Big yank down now on the ISBC. Man, yeah, I don't know about the flow. Basically, where I shorted it, so it popped up. I was hoping it would get maybe into the mid 60s, but an all-time low. Okay. Okay, guys, I may have only 20 minutes left, so if you've got questions, William, are you still conflicted? Are you resolved your conflict? Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open between 3 to 3:30. Okay, he may close it at 3. He may go all the way to 3:30. So after I leave, the main room will still be open. YouTubers, I'll give you again my homepage link. Okay, guys, there's Gemi just opened. Okay, GEMI just opened. Let's see if there's any enthusiasm for this one. Yes, so far, yes. Remember, IPO'd at it was IPO priced at 28, so it's already halted. Gemi is already halted. Now, this could be an interesting one. Just based on who's behind it and the sector. And obviously, it's going to be an interesting one. But even trying to trade it intraday on the first day. All right, Ozzy, have a great weekend. See you on Monday, bright and early. Get that trade wave going. You have such an advantage over us. Well, let's see where this could open. Okay, so there's the halt for GEMI 4071. Not a big clue as to where it's going to open 41. D. Okay, guys. Well, there's the fofo. It's I mean, it's still. hmm, Remember, the IPO was priced at 4, so it's still above the IPO price, but it's pulled back a lot from the 850 high, and it just got halted again, I think. No, I'm sorry, did not get halted. Sorry. Over the VWAP right now, or at the VWAP right now. Oh yeah, net trade. I mean, we knew it was going to open a lot higher than the IPO price. But now what? How to trade it? No way you could get it. I mean, it opened, it was halted immediately. Well, that's what I thought, Pepe and William, the save as, but you asked me, when I was just sort of opening and getting set for the 9:30 open. So, well, let's see where it could open. Okay, 145 plus 146 plus 10 seconds will be the open if it's a 5-minute halt. So we're about 30 seconds away. If it is a 5-minute halt for Jemmy, potential open at 44. You too, net trade. Have a great weekend yourself. Wow, look at Fofo. I mean, it did make a little move. Okay, well, guess what? This is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt for Gemi, GEMI. 146 plus 10 seconds has come and gone. So it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt, guys. So it could be 151 plus 10 seconds. Moderna is still hanging in here. There's that VWAP looming above it. Definitely interested to see where this opens. Okay, maybe a little crack now for the Moderna mRNA, maybe a little bit of a crack now. Let me look at a 1-minute chart, see if this is turned orange on a 1-minute chart. Yep, there it is, little orange on the 1-minute chart, guys. Ah, look at flow now. I should have. Oh well, flow now is back down to 1383 anyway. It's a pretty big candle on a 1-minute chart, I guess. Yeah, I mean that's 15 cents on that right there on that 1-minute bar. But yeah, see, it didn't quite happen on a 2-minute. I'm talking about the transition, right? I'm talking about the color transition. Okay, guys, GEMI resumed. Interesting. It did not really pop. It got halted at 4071. It actually opened at 4071, I think, and then it. So now we're at 40. We're a little bit above it now. Hmm. Looks like it's going to get halted again right now. Yeah, and that's halted on the way down. Well, my original premise on the mRNA was to try to let it get a little bit closer to the VWAP, which was about 20 cents away. Ah, no. Pfizer would have been better. So there's Pfizer. Actually, look at Pfizer. Pfizer. This is sort of what Moderna was doing. Okay, basing, but Pfizer definitely since that base, it's only 13 cents. It looks more. Remember, we're looking at a 2-minute chart, so these look a lot more dramatic on a 2-minute chart. But it went from 24.12 down to 24, so it's not like it's a huge move. But Yeah, I see there's a difference. I mean, look at the Pfizer on the 2 minute had a distinct orange trend down. Ugh, full halted. Thought about it. I thought about it, but I was more concentrating on the GEMI. Boy, this is not, yeah, look at that. Potential open 37 or halted at 40.02, potential open at 37. Yeah, guys, I don't think GCTK is going to do it. I was kind of hoping it'd get back up to the 13 level, but it's 1091 right now, getting kind of late. Well, let's see, Fofo. You are now resumed. Hmm. All right. Well, as crazy as I used to always say this, as crazy as it seems, I'm going to put a price alert at the high of the day and see if it just blasts right through that later. That's for the Fofo. 841 is the high. Just haven't had one like this for a while. Okay, guys, I got about 4 minutes left. So I'll always say later if there are questions, but otherwise, I'm going to take off at around 2 o'clock. So, in case there are no more questions, I will just wrap it up. At least my preamble. Thanks for all the help all week long, as always. The main room, will be open till at least 3 o'clock after I leave, whatever time that is. Maybe to 3:30. So, if you're in YouTube right now and you still want to converse among active traders, go to my homepage. Okay, just put the link in. Okay, go to my homepage and scroll down until you see the trading room. Okay, right here. That'll get you into the main room. If anybody is still in YouTube right now wanting to do that, that room will be. I have to shut YouTube. I have to shut YouTube room down completely, but the other room will be open till at least 3. Guys, oh, you're welcome, Bambino. Guys, keep an eye on WBD. It had a little bit of a pullback, but it's still holding 19, and it's maybe trying to make that move again. On a 2 minute chart, it doesn't look as good, but on the 15, the trend is steadily up since we're right around here, since around 10:15. A little bit of a pullback there. Oh man, Fofo guys, breaking the high of the day. Look at this. The issue always is going to be, well, where are you going to put a stop? But it's breaking out through the high of the day. Nice. I mean, I call it nice. Maybe we'll start getting back into some of these cheap Singaporean, China stocks that do something like this. We haven't seen one like this for a long time, and it just got halted again. Now, was that on the way up? Yeah, it was halted on the way up, but okay, halted on the way up. Potential open around 8:59. Halted at 8:55. BMNR says Jemmy goes higher. I think what William is referring to, this was this is an IPO. I can't remember if it was an IPO or mm, I think you're. I know it's a crypto play. I know it's a crypto play. And that's what got it rolling. I don't actually know what Jemmy is in terms of Ethereum or Bitcoin or oh man, Flow, you're breaking my heart. Well, Moderna looked like it was going to start to move down, but it's still kind of stuck around that area. Okay, where is this thing resuming? $40, 37. So it resumed on the way down, and that's GEMI. I mean, I'd love to take this thing. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any questions. I'll hang around for another minute or so. I'm going to let anybody in YouTube, if you want to click on my link and you want to head over to the main room, I'll keep YouTube open for another 30 seconds or so. Uh, the main room, that's it for me. We'll see you next week. Thanks for again for all the help. We'll see you Monday morning. The room will open at around 7:30 Eastern time. Chris Varley should open it. I'll get on the mic at around 9 for both rooms. I'll open the YouTube room at about sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And again, get on both rooms at 9 o'clock on the mic. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then on Monday morning. So I'm muting myself now in the main room, and I'll stop the screen sharing. And YouTubers, I got to end your stream, so I'm ending it now. See you guys Monday.